Mintages are going to be very, very low. Now, if the mint attempts to catch up and strike a lot of coins in a hurry, well, there's where the real trepidation comes in about how many coins will I have to submit to the grading service just to get one perfect grade. I have seen years where you could submit 100 coins and not even get one perfect coin. Now, I can guarantee you this. No matter how many coins it takes for us to get perfect grades, if we have to submit 500 just to get one, your name's going to be on that one coin. That's a rock solid guarantee right now. So for $249, you can lock up one coin. Now, if you see the opportunity like I do to go a little bit bigger on the first ever issue and guarantee yourself 5 of these perfect condition brand new Type 2 reverse of this silver dollar, then this deal is especially for you, because 5 coins right now, ladies and gentlemen, $245 each, $1,225. Now, for some of us, we just got to go even bigger than that. 10 coins. 10 coins, the price drops to $239 a coin. Now remember, each and every one of these coins is a perfect Mint State 70. There is no higher grade. They have special labeling, and they are the first ever Type 2s being issued. Now, I know there are millions of Silver Eagle dollar collectors, and I can guarantee you that right now, they are all in line to get this coin. I can guarantee you 10 of these coins in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. And the very first one of these designs, the mintages that I just showed you, were all of the Type 1s, because we do not know yet how many Type 2s are going to be struck, how many Type 2s are going to be issued. All we know is they're going to be starting later than midway through the year. So it's pretty hard to strike a lot of coins, but we do know that demand is going to be unprecedented, that it's already starting. So I want you to take a look at this table that we put together down at the bottom, because it really only has, in the category of Type 2 mintages, well, it's got very little information because we don't know yet. But I do know one thing: there will be a coin, we will have it. We are pre-selling it right now. We have an amazing inside price, and we're featuring it in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. Collectors all over the world are lining up for this coin, because this is the design, the only design, that could follow the masterpiece of John Mercanti. This is the design that has immediately been accepted as the coin that will succeed the great Mercanti design. Now, we will all judge for ourselves, but when you see this eagle, all of that comes to mind. The majesty of the strength of the eagle, all incorporated with the family values. Eagles have the greatest reverence for family, for their offspring, of almost any animal in the animal kingdom. They mate for life. They ferociously guard their offspring. This has taken the final design of John Mercanti's and taken it to a different level. This reverse is the reverse that was judged to replace Mercanti's reverse. And if you never thought in a million years that there could be a silver dollar reverse that could succeed John Mercanti's heraldic eagle, well, I think you're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen. The rarity is going to be built in here, ladies and gentlemen, for the following reasons. I've only got a couple more seconds. You are guaranteed a perfect coin. And what I mean by that, the highest grade, MS70, indicative of perfect condition. You are guaranteed, no matter what happens in the marketplace, to own one of these coins before anybody else at the low price of $249, or the even lowered price of $245. You got to buy 5 coins. That's $1,225. And we've dropped the price all the way to $239. When you purchase 10, a lot of 10, for $2,390, you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,195. This gives you an opportunity to tie up 10 of these coins before anybody even knows what's going on. You're going to have a quantity right out the gate. Now, I get excited about coins like these because whenever there is a new issue, in 1986, when the first Silver Eagle dollars came out then, we were jumping for joy. Imagine, a new American silver dollar. It's about time, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this silver dollar has become the most collected silver dollar, not just in the United States of America, but in many parts of the world. Its design, which is classic, has now a new reverse, which has become an instant classic. Its grade is the highest grade attainable. And for collectors all over the world, think about it. Whenever there has been collaboration at the United States Mint between one of the greatest outside artists, somebody who's not employed by the Mint, who works with the greatest technicians and engravers, Michael Gaudioso, who has taken the design of Emily Damstra and interpreted exactly the way she wanted it in his engraving, in his modeling, in the production. So you had one of the great artists working with some of the greatest technicians and greatest engravers at the U.S. Mint to perform magic, to create a classic design right out the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to wrap this up. We all know the demand for this coin is right now insatiable. So let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale. You're getting at the front of the line for these coins. You're guaranteed the highest grade known to man for any coin. Mint State 70, no higher grade. And you are guaranteed a great price. You don't have long to wait before it actually happens. But I have to tell you, the gates are open. The doors are flung wide open. And let the Type 2 series begin with this coin right now. And don't forget, tell all your friends. When you're watching Rare Collectibles TV, that's where you get to the front of the line. And I hope to see you guys again real soon. Until then, keep watching, because we have a lot of great coins. Thank you, and see you soon.
got a fantastic collector special for you folks here today. What I have today are the last of the Philadelphia Mint proof Lincoln cents. The Philadelphia Mint was offering proof sets to the public up through 1964, and that was the last year they offered proof sets. After that, it switched to the San Francisco Mint. They had a much different technology. Once they switched to San Francisco, they started using hard plastic packaging instead of the soft cellophane envelopes. And so the more modern packaging, the better technology at the San Francisco Mint meant once you got a proof coin, you had a better guarantee of getting a really, really nice quality coin. During the Philadelphia Mint era, folks, you ordered a proof set from the Mint, and here's the packaging it came in. Envelope, you had to pay a premium for your proof set back then, and you sent your money to the Mint, and it came in this cellophane envelope, and there were a lot of problems with it. They weren't really airtight, and they were pliable, so that meant the cellophane was always rubbing against the proof coins, which would abrade the coins. So there was a lot of problems with this Philadelphia Mint packaging. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, I'll briefly explain what a mint state coin and a proof coin is. The mint state coins are the coins that are struck for general circulation, the kind of coins you find in your pocket change. The Mint isn't as concerned about the quality of striking mint state coins as they are in getting them out in quantity at the cheapest price possible. So, for example, in the Lincoln cents in mint state, back in the 50s and 60s, they were striking them by the hundreds of millions, sometimes by the billions, because they needed them for commerce. Proof coins were struck especially for collectors. They took the finest dies, they polished them to a very high degree. They put the coin blanks, the planchets, through a special kind of polishing, and then they slowly hand-fed them into the dies, and then struck them not once but twice under higher pressure to bring out every detail. And then, most importantly, while mint state coins, once struck, were dumped into bins where they were all abrade with other coins, proof coins were individually handled and put in these separate compartments. Now, unfortunately, this packaging, again, was pretty inferior. And it was especially poor when it came to Lincoln cents, because Lincoln cents are copper, the most reactive of all the metals, more reactive than nickel, more reactive than silver. So here you have proof coins sitting in these packages for 50, 60 years. Most of them are really hazy, ugly coins. I've got to make this a quick presentation, folks, to be able to offer them at this kind of price I have today. Take a look at the coins I have for you, folks. Take a look at these. What I have for you today, you can take your pick, your choice of the 1961, the 1962, the 1963, or the 1964 Lincolns in proof 67 red. Red meaning they have their beautiful original color, not red, brown, or brown. And Kim's going to give you a hand shot of just one of them. Just give them a hand shot of the 61, since that's the earliest date. These are stunning, folks. Now, I've pulled comps. I could show you all kinds of comps on these. They're generally around $50, $60. Here's one, a 61 in proof 67 red for $49.95. Here's one for $59. Here's one for $79. Look at this piece. It looks like it just came off the die. That's the 61. You can take your pick of dates. They're $23 a coin. Your choice of dates, $23 a coin. You won't find that kind of price for this kind of quality anywhere else. And if you want to buy a second coin, let's say you want to get a 62, a second coin, we guarantee you a different date for the same price. $23 a coin. And if you want a third date, a third coin, we guarantee you a third different date for the same price, $23 a coin. Look at this piece. As Kim tilts it around, you see the bright proof surfaces. Look at the black fields. The black fields, because again, these came from highly polished dies, so the dies had a mirrored surface to them. And then, folks, if you want a fourth coin, 61 to 64, also only $23 a coin. So you can get 4 different dates, all for only $92. $92, folks. That's it, $92. You know, if you submitted one of these yourself for grading, well, you have to pay the shipping costs. The grading fee is about $20. They're going to ship it back to your registered mail, which is about $20. It's going to cost you at least $45 just to get it graded. Forget about the cost of the coin. Here, they're $23 a coin, $92 for these 4 coins. Now, if you want to go back a little earlier and get a couple of these earlier dates, which are a little tougher, here you've got the 59 and the 60. The 59 is noteworthy because the 59 is the first year that the Lincoln cent used the memorial reverse. The memorial reverse. They only struck about 1 million proof sets in 1959 versus probably about 1 billion mint state, Lincoln cents. And very few of those million look like this piece, folks. And if you want to get the 1959 and the 1960 large date, you can get all 6 for, again, an additional $46, which is, again, $23 a coin, all 6 coins for only $138. $138. I'm not done yet, because the best is yet to come. Check out the last 4 dates in this set. Because what we have at the bottom, folks, are the last years of the Wheatback Lincoln, very low mintages, 670,000 struck of the 1956. Here you got coins that are 60 years old. Look at this piece. The Wheatback Lincoln, struck in an era where very few people were collecting, folks. These Wheatbacks are most highly in demand. That's the 56. You're going to get 3 Wheatback Lincolns, the 56, for the entire set. Wait till you hear the entire set price, folks. The 56, the 57, proof 67 red, the 58, proof 67 red, the last year of the Wheatback Lincoln. And finally, a bonus coin, the 1960 small date Lincoln, folks. And I'm going to show you a picture that shows you the 60 small date Lincoln, but the difference between this and the large date. This coin is so very much in demand. The 60 small date, basically the date is just smaller than the large date. It represents about estimated 4% of the total mintage for that year. That means, I'm going to show you a chart on the rarity. But Kim's got a blow-up chart. There's the large date at the top. There's the small date at the bottom. You can see the O is smaller. The 6 and the 9 don't extend as far out on the small date as they do on the large date, especially the 6. The 60 small date, folks, here's the estimated populations, the mintages, and the total number of graded by NGC. Now here, a great example. Mint state Lincolns, they struck over 2 billion. Proof Lincolns, 1.7 million. But of those, the small date is only a few percent. That means 65 to 85,000 coins. That's it. And then at the bottom, you can see the total NGC population of how many have been graded in proof 67 red. 1,165 coins. 1,165 coins. Here's a few pops, folks. I want you to see real quickly, and I'm going to price this out. Wait till you hear this, because again, you're getting the first. If you wanted just those first 6 dates, you get the first 6 dates for only $23 a coin. That comes to $138. You get to the wheatbacks, the price jumps dramatically for these early wheatback Lincolns. There's a Proof 67 for $81 for a 57. And here's a 60 small date in 6/7 red, $100. Now, a real high-end example, a 6/8 deep cameo, I've seen them go for over $5,000. There's one for 57. It was $51.75. I got another one here that sold for $5,187. Folks, you're getting the entire set. If you want the entire set, let's go to those last 4 dates. It's $138 for those first 6. And here you got the 4 rarest dates, the 3 wheatbacks and the 60 small date, for only $101 more. That means the entire 10-coin set, folks, is $239. $239. You get 3 wheatbacks. You get the 60 small date. Those coins alone, those 4 coins should be well over $300 just for those 4 coins. And then you get the 6 coins at the top. You get all the memorial reverse Lincoln cents struck at the Philadelphia Mint from 1959 through 1964. The last year these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint and Proof. You know, this is such an exciting set, such a great numismatic opportunity. This is a collector's special. We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. You got 10 coins. There you see the 59 Lincoln, that was the first year of the memorial reverse. There's the 60 large date. So you've got all 10 coins. You got the large date, you got the small date, you got it all here for only $239. Now, how am I able to do that, folks? That's because this is my specialty. This is what I've specialized in for over 30 years. I get first crack at some of the best deals, which allows me to give you prices that nobody else can touch. This is where we get a lot of dealers calling in because, you know, dealers can't, you know, they'd love to buy this set and resell it for, you know, considerably more than what you see it here, okay? I mean, because this is a great, you know, special price. This is why I've really focused on this series for over 30 years, because it's allowed me to get into a position where I, again, get first crack at some of the best deals out there when it comes to these kinds of proof coins. And being able to pass it on to you folks watching here on Rare Collectibles TV is really a great thrill. This is a collector's special. This is what collecting is all about. Here you're getting incredible eye appeal, incredible quality, great rarity, at just the best possible price of these most difficult coins, these Lincoln cents struck in copper, preserved, looking like they just came off the die, all 10 coins for only $239. The last of the old Philadelphia Mint proof Lincoln cents, which includes 3 wheatbacks, includes the small date, all yours for only, comes to $23.90 a coin. Got a lot of people calling in, a lot of folks calling in here. I've got a limited quantity of a certain number of these dates, especially some of these wheatbacks, especially the small date. But to keep calling in because I've got enough for everybody who wants to get at least one of these sets, okay? I've made sure I really stocked up on some of these key dates so everybody has an opportunity to get in on this very special collector special. From Kim and I, thank you for watching.
Favorite coin.
Morgan silver dollars,
Buffalo nickels,
American Silver Eagles,
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty quarters,
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas,
Steel cent,
Liberty Head, and St. Gaudens double eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars, coins from the screw press era,
Cap Bust Halves,
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick, James, and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
a two-coin set for you today. Struck over 50 years ago. This set represents the most historically significant proof half dollars struck by the United States Mint in the 20th century, folks. If you were to own only two proof coins, and you were to ask me, Rick, if you were to pick a couple proof coins, based on your almost 40 years of experience specializing in the finest United States proof coins, from the finest proof Morgan dollar collections to the finest proof Franklin half dollar collections, featured on both the NGC and PCGS websites, what two rare coins would you recommend for me as a collector? Two rare coins that I can still acquire without taking a loan out at the bank. That won't cost me $1,500 or $2,500 or $5,000 or more, but offer the future potential because of their rarity and their beauty, their collector appeal, to be the $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 coins of the future in my lifetime. What two coins would you recommend, Rick? Well, today you get my answer. So significant are these two silver-proof half dollars. NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation of America, leading grading service in the country, has distinguished this set by proclaiming it the end of an era. These two proof half dollars in this set that I have for you today rank among the finest quality, most significant proof half dollars a collector can own from two of the most important years in proof half dollar production in the 20th century. And as important, folks, while I have these two examples, I have them at a price that I think was possible anymore. But for a lot of persistence, a lot of hard work, and some luck. From a historical standpoint, this set belongs in the Smithsonian. In fact, NGC has gone to the trouble of designing a unique custom holder for this set using the same materials, the same medical grade plastics and airtight construction that NGC uses to house the Smithsonian coin collection, folks. It's a set I have not been able to offer an exclusive on in this grade in the history of our show. And there you see the 1963 Franklin, the last year of the Franklin half dollar, in the extraordinary grade of proof 68, and the first year of the Kennedy half dollar, 1964, in the same matching grade. Now, for you folks who may not have seen any of my shows or presentations on proof coins in the past and are not familiar with what a proof coin is, well, there are basically two kinds of coins struck by the United States Mint. There are commercial strikes. Caitlin's got a couple examples here of a commercially struck Franklin half dollar and a Kennedy half dollar. The Franklin happens to be a 1958 and the Kennedy is a 1964. These coins are uncirculated. They've never been in circulation, but you'll see a lot of marks on the coins because of the method of manufacture. You see, folks, the goal of the mint when striking coins for commerce is to make them as efficiently and inexpensively as possible. The dies do not receive any special polishing. The coin blanks are struck once on high-speed presses, and then the coins are ejected from the press into a bin, one coin landing on another, abrading each other in the process. They go through coin counting machines and eventually are dumped into bags of 500 or 1,000 coins. So when you get these coins straight from the bag, they typically look like the examples Caitlin just showed you. Numerous marks, abrasions, even though they are technically uncirculated, as the marks they have acquired are due to the manufacturing and shipping procedures at the mint. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. The mint takes the finest dies and polishes the dies until they have a mirrored finish. You can actually see the reflection in the coin. The coin blanks receive a kind of polishing treatment as well. And the blanks are slowly hand-fed into the die press. And most importantly, each blank is struck not once, but twice under higher pressure than is used for commercial strikes to bring out every detail of the design as the mint intended. And the dies are replaced far more frequently after the very first sign of wear. A proof half-dollar die typically may strike 2,000 or 3,000 coins before it's replaced. Or a mint state half-dollar die might be replaced after 50,000 or 100,000 strikes. And then, where the coins struck for commerce are dumped into bins, proof coins once struck are individually handled and not allowed to abrade with any other coins, and placed in their own individual compartment. In short, a tremendous amount of labor, craftsmanship, and materials are involved in the minting of a proof coin. So the mint is only able to strike a very limited number of these coins each year. And when the sets are sold to the public, the cost of the set reflects the minting cost of these state-of-the-art coins at the mint. Now, the story of this historic two-coin end-of-an-era set begins in November of 1963 with the assassination of President Kennedy. The tragic assassination of President Kennedy on November 22, 1963, was the first such devastating event for our country in the age of television. I remember I was in school when it was announced by the school secretary over the intercom. It was somewhere around noon that the president was dead. There was absolute stunned silence in the classroom. Mr. Nelson, our science teacher, he had been giving a lesson, and he just stopped in silence. There were no words. It was a shock to all of us. And then I remember coming home from school each day, and as my dad got home from work, they would have the nightly news on, and I would be watching my mom and dad and myself seated in the living room, watching each day as the events unfolded. The funeral procession with his young son, John, who had just turned 3 years old, saluting as the horse-drawn caisson with his father's body passed by. The entire nation mourned. My parents, my mom had voted for Kennedy and my dad had voted for Nixon. Both my parents were very deeply saddened. Didn't matter what party you voted for, he was our president. Now, a month later, Congress voted to commemorate the late president with his image on a coin. They gave Mrs. Kennedy the choice as to which coin she would prefer her husband's image. Logically, Mrs. Kennedy considered the fact that all our coins at the time had images of past presidents. She did not want to replace one of them. The only coin that did not have a president was the half-dollar. Ben Franklin was a founding father, often referred by historians as the greatest American who never served as president. But that seemed the most logical choice, especially given the fact that Ben Franklin was still on our $100 bill. Now, the Franklin half dollar, first struck in 1948, was to have been struck for 25 years by the act of Congress. It was discontinued after only 15 years of service. 1963 was the last year. The Mint rushed the new Kennedy half dollar into production in January of 1964, barely 2 months after the death of President Kennedy. That's a record short time by Mint standards. But the demand for this new coin from citizens across the country, and in other countries as well, was so intense, the Mint knew it had to act quickly. The Mint originally planned to strike 90 million Kennedy half dollars for commercial use. That would be an all-time record for half dollar production in 1 year. However, as soon as the coins were released to the public, they disappeared from circulation. Everyone, collectors and non-collectors alike, were putting these coins in a personal drawer or safe as keepsakes, mementos. So the Mint increased production to 150 million coins. Still no half dollars in circulation. 250 million, still no coins. Eventually, the Mint struck over 430 million 1964 Kennedy half dollars for commerce. They were even striking them into the year 1965, dated 1964 and still struck on 90% silver planchets, even though the new 1965 Kennedy half dollars were struck on 40% silver planchets. Now, the proof Kennedy half dollars were rushed into production as well. I remember going to my local coin shop the day I heard the sets arrived. I could barely get through the door. The little shop was packed. The original 1964 proof set, which the Mint released at a price of $2.10, was soon selling for over $20. Take a look at this chart, the end of an era chart, the 1963 Franklin and 1964 Kennedy half dollars. Okay, these two coins, folks, these were the last United States minted half dollars struck for commerce on 90% silver planchets. In 1965, the silver content was reduced to 40%. These were the last of the 90% silver half dollars, the end of an era. And the last silver proof half dollars struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, using older proof-making technologies from an earlier era, using pretty much the same technologies in the 1960s as they had been using back in the early 1800s. The end of an era. The next time proof half dollars were struck, they're struck at the San Francisco Mint. And you look at the Mint State production of the Franklin half dollar, 1963, almost 90 million coins. It's a lot of coins, a lot of half dollars, but the 64 Kennedy, over 433 million coins. In total, in Mint State, over 522 million coins between the two dates. Now, the proof coins, again, with all the craftsmanship involved, all the hand labor, could only be struck in very limited numbers. The total number of half dollars struck for those 2 years comes to only about 7 million coins. That's 1.33% of the total mintage of all the half dollars for that year. Most important, folks, of these end of an era coins is the quality being offered. These coins are proof 68. This is extraordinary quality for proof coins from this early era. The key phrase to appreciate the quality of these coins I have today is that proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And the technology back in this early era, folks, was so primitive by modern standards. Here's a proof set I have from 1978, only 14 years after the 1964 proof set. These coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint. These coins are absolutely immaculate. Deeply mirrored fields, spot-free, haze-free. They're all extremely high grade. If you sent these coins in for grading, they would grade at least proof 68. So when you ordered your proof set from the Mint, Here's a set of 1963. You had to special order it. It would be shipped to you. A lot of times it would be shipped and you'd have the, it would be shipped third-class mail. Here's a 1965 special mint set and sent third-class insured mail. You didn't get any kind of special packaging. And you cut your set open and you take a look at this set here. Now this $50 may look pretty nice, but maybe not. But we're going to cut it out. And you're going to see all the imperfections, all the spotting on the surface of this coin. Take a look at all the spotting on this proof 1963. These spots do not come off, folks. This is from improper cleaning of the coin blank before it went into the die. The quality control at the mint in 1963 simply was not what it is today. And that's the obverse. Now, interestingly, if you flipped it over and just looked at the reverse isn't quite as bad, but it's still heavily spotted. The 1964 Kennedy had the same spotting problems, but there are other problems as well. Here's a 1964 set. You open it up, and all the coins have cracked out of their compartments and they're abrading with one another, and you see how heavily toned the Kennedy $50 is. You order your proof set, you pay a premium for it from the mint, and then you get it, and typically you'd see these proof coins that were supposed to be state-of-the-art that just don't look state-of-the-art. But then you get a little letter inside each envelope, and this is where the mint really had a sense of humor. It was from the superintendent, who explained that your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected and then sealed in a transparent envelope. This package was designed to prevent or delay tarnishing and discoloration. Care in handling and storing will help to prolong the newly minted luster of the coins. Please do not ask us to make exchanges or adjustments. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect or scratch on a coin, it is no doubt a crease in the packaging material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. And so that was the reality, folks, 50 plus years ago. You take a look at these sets, folks. Proof 68. These coins were struck in an era when the modern grading standards of today, when most of us are very familiar with the 70-point Sheldon grading system in use by the two major grading services. There was no such standard back in 1964. If the coin was a proof coin, it was basically either circulated or uncirculated. If the coin had not been harshly cleaned, it might be considered a choice uncirculated proof. Now, coins are graded from a low of 1 to the highest possible grade of 70 by the major grading services. 1 represents the lowest possible quality, a very heavily worn coin where all you may be able to read is the date of the coin. On the other end of the extreme is 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. There were no 1963 or 1964 $50 graded 70 by NGC. This end of the era set in Proof 68, folks, these are flawless to the naked eye. This set is so special. It is such an extraordinary buying opportunity. When the grading service is looking at a coin like this, that under normal magnification appears flawless, they then pull it aside and study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification, there are still no flaws, it gets a grade of Proof 70. Again, NGC has never graded a 1963 Franklin or 1964 Kennedy in Proof 70. Only the most modern proofs with the most modern minting technologies struck the last 30, 40 years have been graded in Proof 70 condition. Nothing from this early era. Proof 68 is extraordinary. Take a look at how many of these end-of-era sets that I have been able to put together to this date. In Proof 67, we've had over 2,100 sets. But in Proof 68, only 383. Think about that, 383 sets out of a total mintage of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars in mint, state, and proof over 500 million coins. And here you've got a few hundred of the very finest examples from 1963 and 1964. This is why they have so much future potential. You're going to love the price of this set, folks, because it's not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. And again, I've spent, well, just about 40 years specializing in these coins, writing books on these coins. Really, it's my life's work because they have so much potential for the collector of today. And I get first crack at some of the best deals, some opportunities. And I spend the hours, the days, the weeks going through these coins, going through all these flawed coins. For every 100 examples with flaws, I may find one coin that grades a 6.7. If I get really lucky, I'll find a 6.8. So I put in the time, but I pass my good fortune on to you. Now, when you shop around and see what these coins are selling for, now here's a 1963 in Proof 67, one grade lower. A Proof 68 usually sells for about 3 times the price. This is a dealer with nearly 100% positive feedback, $329 for a Proof 67. Here's a 1964 Proof 67, $300. So over $600 for Proof 67s. Here is a listing of a dealer. This was a top-rated seller, a 1963 in Proof 68, the same grade as I have for you today. But it's $499 for that 1963. And then the 1964, Proof 68, wants $600. So over $1,000 for those 2 coins in Proof 68 condition. Folks, I've got these today. While I have them, I have almost 300 sets that I've put together. This is the first time I've offered an exclusive on this end-of-era set in Proof 68 condition. It's taken me many, many months of assembling the finest 1963 Franklin and 1964 Kennedy half dollars to assemble this extraordinary collection and opportunity I have for you today, folks. Please call in now, $249 a set. $249 for this 2-coin collection. That's not for each coin. That's for both coins. The 1963 Franklin and 1964 Kennedy half dollar, the end of an era. NGC Proof 68 condition. Now, there are those of you watching who would like to get a group of these. I have a 10-coin limit if you want to get more than one. If you do want to get 10 sets, you can own 10 sets for $2,290. That's basically $229 a set. And that is available on a 2-payment option. So all you have to do is put half down today of $1,145, and we'll hold 10 of these sets for you. And that is so very, very important because these sets sell very, very quickly. Whenever I've offered the end-of-era sets in the past, in 6, 7 grade, we sold out. We don't have them anymore. We had a few 6, 9 sets at one time. They're gone. These 6, 8 sets, folks, this is the best group of Proof 68 end-of-era sets I have ever offered. At only $229 a set, if you get the 10-set option, $1,145 down today. We'll hold 10 of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. This is a limited time offer on these sets. Again, this is a labor of love. This is what I've been doing now since the 1980s, looking at the finest United States proof coins and finding those examples without all the spots and without all the hairlines that are as pristine as the day they were struck. It was like one of those coins happened to be perfectly struck, and it flew off the die press, and you caught it on a velvet pillow. and then put it in a vacuum somewhere and stored it since 1963 or 1964 to be preserved in this exceptional Proof 68 condition today. One set for only $249. If you get the 10 set special, I can bring it all the way down to $229 a set while I have them. We have just about 300 of these sets. This is the largest group I've ever been able to assemble. Again, these historic coins, this is the end of an era. This is a special pedigree that NGC has given these two coins. Why is it the end of an era? Because, number one, this is the last year of the Franklin half dollar, 1963. Franklin half dollar was the last half dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver. And you have the 1964 Kennedy. The 1964 Kennedy was the only year this coin was struck in 90% silver at the old Philadelphia Mint. The following year, 1965, they reduced the silver content from 90% to 40%. So 1964 is the only year you get this Kennedy half dollar from the Philadelphia Mint in 90% silver, folks. But most importantly, these were the last proofs struck at the old Philadelphia Mint using those old minting technologies that was discontinued after 1964. Because when they resumed proof making at the San Francisco Mint, they had modern technologies which greatly improved the quality of those coins. These early Philadelphia Mint issues, folks, are so extraordinarily rare in Proof 68 condition. And as importantly, these coins are encapsulated in the NGC state-of-the-art holder. Every one of these coins are curated before encapsulation by NGC, meaning the coins are absolutely pristine. And then they're encapsulated in holders made of medical-grade plastics, and they are sealed to be airtight. These are the same quality holders made by NGC that the Smithsonian uses, the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. Only the best for this incredibly special set that we have for you today, the end of an era. There is no two-coin set like it in United States proof coinage, folks. The last year these coins were struck on 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint using those old technologies. To survive in this condition, over 500 million 1963 and 1964 Kennedys were struck in those 2 years. And how few have survived in this extraordinary Proof 68 condition. And you can get the entire set for $249. And we have some people calling in who are requesting the 10 set option. Again, there's a maximum of 10 sets per caller because we do have a limited number of these sets. But if you get the 10 set option, the price is $2,290. And it's available for a down payment of only $1,145, the balance in 30 days. This is such an extraordinary, exquisite proof set, folks. United States proof coins, the finest possible eye appeal, quality, incredible rarity for such a great collector-friendly price. This is such an exquisite collection, folks, to get these beautiful proof coins, this end of an era, these 2 years, these 2 pivotal years in the history of the United States Mint, and to get them in this extraordinary condition, so much condition rarity, so much eye appeal, so much collector desirability for such a great collector-friendly price. Again, the cost is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. And when I get a great deal, with all the years I put in specializing in these coins, I get some opportunities nobody else in the country gets. And I am able to pass those opportunities on to you. And that's what I'm doing today with this beautiful, stunning, end of an era proof collection. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
have a special offer on a monumental coin that was struck to celebrate the 200th anniversary of our glorious nation. This is a roll of 20 gem-proof 1976 Kennedy half dollars with the unique bicentennial reverse that was only used for that year, making these coins some of the most impressive and desirable examples of the entire series. In over 50 years of mintage, this issue is the only major design change ever introduced into the series, making them completely unique among the Kennedy half dollar series. Not only that, but these coins with me today are from the 40% silver issue of these historic coins, not the copper nickel clad issue. Compared to their clad counterparts, these silver 1976S bicentennial Kennedy half dollars are much rarer with a mintage of only about half the size. The Kennedy half dollar was first struck in 1964, not long after the tragic assassination of President John F. Kennedy the year prior. President Kennedy had been an inspiration for Americans at a time of great change in the world. Kennedy was the president that urged our country to begin space exploration, declaring that an American would walk on the surface of the moon before the decade was over. At a time when America was already experiencing difficulties at home and overseas, it seemed impossible. But Kennedy rallied the nation with his iconic speech where he said,
"We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard."
In Kennedy's mind, it was the greatest of obstacles that deserved to be overcome the most. His optimism and belief in the strength of the American people was exactly the kind of leadership we needed in the early 1960s, and it made his untimely death all the more tragic. It's understandable then why we were so quick to memorialize him with the Kennedy half dollar that is still being struck to this day. 12 years after the initial striking of the Kennedy half dollar, however, the country had a truly momentous anniversary, the bicentennial of our nation's founding. 200 years had passed since the founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. In Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 56 men from 13 colonies signed the document that announced they were now a free and independent nation, launching the American Revolution in full. 200 years later, the grand experiment in democracy that is our country was still going strong, despite all the challenges and difficulties that we had faced. To mark such an incredible occasion, the U.S. Mint knew that they had to release special coins that would celebrate the bicentennial anniversary. So they launched a competition open to artists. The winners from this competition would go on to be featured on the quarter, the half dollar, and the dollar for special one-year-only releases that celebrated the bicentennial. Out of hundreds of entries, Seth G. Huntington's design depicting Independence Hall was selected for the Kennedy half dollar and would go down in history as the only alternate design ever struck for that coin. Today, we're fortunate to offer a full roll of 20 of these incredible pieces of work, all in gem-proof condition. Now, we're calling this a roll because you're getting 20 coins, and that's typically the terminology we use. But we want to make sure these coins are really well protected because, like we said, these are gem quality coins. Every coin is going to be in individual capsules to protect the gem surfaces of these beautiful proof coins. When the Mint first began work on the Kennedy half dollar, they wanted the coin to be perfect as they were striking it to pay respect to the recently deceased president. That's why Chief Engraver Gilroy Roberts sought the personal approval of Kennedy's widow, Jacqueline Kennedy. It was actually her own wish that this memorial design be placed on the half dollar rather than the quarter, as she didn't want it replacing George Washington. The end result is this wonderful profile of John F. Kennedy, capturing the optimism and charisma he carried himself with. The new coin was positively received by both Kennedy's family and the general public. In fact, it was so popular that banks had to ration sales of the new half dollar thanks to the overwhelming demand. 12 years after the first release, we saw the first and so far only change to the Kennedy half dollar. for this special limited release dated 1776 to 1976. Huntington wisely decided that there was no better way to celebrate 200 years of American independence than by depicting the place that it all started, Independence Hall, the site where the Declaration of Independence was signed. Underneath the hall itself, you can clearly see 13 stars, each one representing one of the founding colonies of our nation. This design variant was only available on these 1976 half dollars. Afterwards, they went back to the normal reverse, featuring a heraldic eagle. Not only are these coins from that single year of release, these are also proof coins. Proof coins are much, much more difficult to produce than normal circulation coins, so they require specially polished planchets and dies to produce those gorgeous mirrored fields and frosted devices that you see here. Proof coins also have to be struck multiple times to ensure that their devices are fully realized and ensure that every little detail is properly showcased. All of these examples you see with me today are in gem-proof condition, meaning they're some of the finest examples of the bicentennial Kennedy half dollar you can find. Today, I'm proud to be offering this roll of 20 1976S silver bicentennial half dollars for just $195. That's less than $10 a coin. Now, several times in this broadcast, I've mentioned that these coins are in gem-proof condition. If you're new to coin collecting, coins are typically struck in either mint state or proof. And mint state coins are the coins you probably have in your wallet right now. They're struck once on the machine and then they're dumped into bags and they're circulated throughout the country as spending money. Proof coins, on the other hand, are specially treated and handled and are made with collectors and numismatists in mind. The blanks these coins are struck on have to be specially polished and treated. The dies are used to strike these coins are polished as well. And all this effort, however, produces a truly spectacular coin that collectors love. The examples with me today are all in gem-proof condition, meaning if they're graded using the Sheldon scale, these would comfortably rate at a proof 65 or higher out of 70. That means that even though you're getting a roll of 20 of these coins, you're getting them in a truly stunning, collector-worthy condition. And as I mentioned earlier, these silver Kennedy half dollars are much rarer than their clad counterparts. The Mint only struck about 4 million of these silver Kennedys compared to over 7 million of the clad counterparts. This means that it's much, much harder to find examples of this 40% silver coin. When it comes to the Kennedy half dollar, it really doesn't get any better than the 1976S in gem-proof condition. As the only design change that the Kennedy has ever seen, these coins are truly something special, and they represent the monumental event that is our country's bicentennial. It's an anniversary that we will quite literally never see again, so every memento from that period is all the more important for that reason. For just $195, that's less than $10 per coin, you can have this roll of 20 1976S silver bicentennial Kennedy half dollars from this single year that this design was issued. Please do not let this deal pass you by because it won't be available for long, especially at such a low collector-friendly price. Thanks for watching. I'm Jack McNamara. Stay safe.
The following Morgan Dollar presentation is now available for the first time ever in 2 easy payments. So stay tuned. And now, here is your host, Rick Tamaska.
Hello, Rick Tamaska here. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show, RCTV. How many of you have heard of the name Anna Williams with regard to U.S. numismatics? Anna Williams was the young woman who modeled for the portrait of the Morgan dollar. And this was back in the 1870s. Now, here's a picture of Anna. And this was something she really did not want to do. I mean, being a model back then was really frowned upon, looked down upon by society. And she was a school teacher. She wanted really kept private. But George T. Morgan, the designer of the Morgan dollar, felt she was the perfect model. He loved her Grecian nose, her profile. And, so he ended up talking her into modeling for the Morgan dollar, promising to keep it quiet. Anyway, as it turns out, from what I understand, people did find out about it, and she ended up losing her job over the fact that she had modeled, for somebody. It's an interesting story, and that is the, beginning of the Morgan dollar series, a series that really is the backbone of U.S. numismatics today. I mean, you go into any coin shop, you go to any coin show, one thing you're guaranteed to see are Morgan dollars. The only question is, what condition will they be in? Because the fact is, most Morgan dollars are circulated, and they're worth barely more than bullion value, no matter how rare they are. And here's a little chart I have just to, bring that point home. This is shows the number of, originally there were, about something like 600 and some million Morgan dollars struck. There were over 200 million melted during the Pittman Act in 1918, leaving close to 400 million for circulation. But out of those 400 million, only a tiny percentage survive in uncirculated condition. Almost all of them went into circulation because that's what they were struck for. They were struck for commerce. So there you see PCGS and NGC combined in mint-state condition. Mint-state 60 is the lowest uncirculated grade for any coin. If it's at 59, if the coin gets a grade of 59, then it's considered circulated. You go from 60 on up, and those are uncirculated coins. So the difference in the numbers from 60 to 70 are just a question of how many bag marks does it have, how is the luster, how is the strike. But Mint State 60 is an uncirculated coin. And to this date, only about 1.5% of the total remaining mintage have survived in uncirculated condition and been graded in uncirculated condition. Now that's especially important to the Morgan dollar series because that figure you see, 1.5%, is the average over the entire series. The fact is there are some dates that have very low mintages that have a high percentage of coins uncirculated. And there are other dates that have high mintages that have a very low percentage of coins surviving in uncirculated condition and are very valuable in uncirculated condition. Here, for example, this is a perfect example. I've given this one several times. 1886-0, one of the higher mintage Morgan dollars. They struck over 10 million. If you find a really nice one, here's one in MS-65. Sold a few years ago. About $150,000, $60,000. I mean, that would probably be over a $200,000 coin today. And here's one that's a lower grade. Here's one in MS-63 for about $10,000. On the other hand, here's one in auction in XF40. 1886-0, same date, 1886-0, that was only $44 because it's circulated. It's common in fact, I bought one in a coin shop recently. Here's an 1886-0, and I paid, I don't know, $30, $35 for this 1886-0. Same coin that if it were in uncirculated condition would be worth thousands of dollars. Here's another great example. Another great example. 1896-0. 96-0, MS-63, not a gem or anything, just a nice MS-63 coin, you know, with the usual bag marks you see on Morgan dollars. Remember, these coins were dumped into bins when they were struck, and then from bins they were dumped into bags. You know, so they all have bag marks. You don't find an uncirculated Morgan without bag marks. The highest grade, there's a couple dates, common dates that have graded MS-69, but those are like 81S's, common dates. And there's an 96-0 MS-63 for $22,000. And again, here's one I bought in the shop for $96, and the O mint mark is on the reverse here. You can see it below the eagle, that O for New Orleans. Again, $30, $35 in circulated condition. And here's why. Even though they struck about 5 million of them, very few survived in uncirculated condition. On the other hand, you have other dates. And here's a chart I made real briefly that ranks the coins by rarity in uncirculated condition. And the most common coins are ranked first. And of course, the most common is the 1881S. You can see over 200,000 of those have been graded in mint state condition. You go down the page, you see fewer and fewer coins. And we get to the last page, folks. I'm just going to skip to the last page real quickly. And here you see some coins where you had 5,000 or fewer graded in mint state. And here you're getting to some really rare coins. That 1879 CC. 2,700 coins graded in mint state, that's a $6,000, $7,000 coin in just MS-61 grade. And then you saw the 1886-0 there you go, 1,600 coins graded. And you saw the 1896-0, which is on the following page, 1,315 coins graded. And the very coin at the very bottom, the 1893S, only 27 graded. Now, 93S, just to get one in MS-60, folks, is a $100,000 coin. $100,000 just for that 93S and just MS-60. And MS-65 is many, many times more than that. I have a collection of Morgan dollars for you today. Whether you are an advanced collector and have been a collector of Morgan dollars for decades, or are fairly new to collecting Morgan dollars, or have never owned a Morgan dollar in your entire life. Whatever category you place yourself in, one thing I can guarantee you, this collection of Morgan dollars that I have assembled is the finest, most comprehensive collection of the most undervalued Morgan dollar dates in brilliant uncirculated condition ever offered by anyone at any time on TV. Whether that show has been on the air for 3 months, 3 years, or 30 years. You know, folks, in our relatively short time on the air, only about 1.5 years, we have offered you folks, our viewers, so many important collecting milestones that had never before been offered on TV. From the first complete set of brilliant uncirculated peace dollars ever offered. And we sold these sets to our viewers for under $10,000. the complete set, all 24 dates, to the first ever complete set of proof Walking Liberty half dollars in the extraordinary grade of Proof 67. I mean, we've offered the finest, highest grade Proof and Mint State Franklin and Kennedy half dollar sets. And how about incredibly rare and desirable MS-65 1857S $20 Liberty Gold Double Eagles, recovered from the shipwreck SS Central America that sat at the bottom of the Atlantic at 8,000 feet of water for 130 years. You saw those coins here first, folks, and you bought it here first. What I have is the Everest collection of Morgan dollars. I took the time and spent the money to have that name trademarked. This is a name that means something. Think about it. Everest, the highest point on the planet, offering you a view of our planet that can only be described as exhilarating, extraordinary, breathtaking. No one, I don't care if they have been on TV for 30 years, has even come close to offering a Morgan silver dollar collection of this magnitude. 32 different dates or mint marks, every one a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen, and most importantly, with the majority of the 32 coins in the collection ranking among the rarer key dates in the series. If you never bought another Morgan dollar for the next 20 years, this extraordinary collection of Morgan dollars has no peer. It stands alone, towering above all the other comparatively puny offerings you see on other shows. I mean, the 21 coin sets that you've seen on other shows that give you 19 common dates and maybe one or two slightly better dates. No extremely scarce or rare dates, just the easy stuff. That's what you typically see on these other shows. There are no fillers, folks, in this set. No 1879S, 1880S, 81S, 82S Morgans, no 1883Os, 84Os, 85Os. The dates you always see when a show offers a Morgan set with 15 or 20 different dates. You always see at least 3 or 4 of those most common dates. There are none of those most common issues in this set. In the next 20, 25 minutes, I'm going to show you every coin in this collection. There are 32 Morgan dollars in this collection. Again, this is worth repeating. In every Morgan dollar set I have ever seen offered on TV that had 15 or 20 different dates in it, at least several of the dates, without exception, included some of the most common dates or issues in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. The 79S, 80S, 81S, 82S, 83O, 84O, 85O. My feeling is that you don't need to be offered another set with those dates. They're the easiest dates to acquire. We can get them at any time for you. They're plentiful. Every coin show offers them. We offer them in many other presentations. There were 5 goals I needed to achieve to be able to offer this collection to you. 5 goals. 5 aspirations where I intentionally set the bar extremely high for myself. If I were to be able to stand here before you and offer you a Morgan collection with the Everest name on it. There we go. Aspiration number 1. to offer this set with 32 different dates and mint marks in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition, without resorting to any of the most common filler dates you always see when other shows offer Morgan collections. Again, no 79S, 80S, 81S, 82S, 830, 840, 850. That's aspiration number 1. 32 different dates and mint marks with none of the most common dates. Aspiration number 2 was 25%. My goal was to have 25% of the 32 coin Everest Morgan collection, or 8 coins, would have to be the rarest issues in brilliant uncirculated mint state condition for their year. So for example, 1878. I could put an 1878 CC in there. That'd be a $500 or $600 or $700 coin. But is that the rarest year in? Was that the rarest issue in mint state for 1878, or is there a rarer issue that I could offer for less money? 1879 CC is a very rare issue in mint state. Again, it's a 6,000 or 7,000 coin in just MS61. But is there a rarer issue I could offer in mint state for a lot less money than that 1879 CC? Aspiration number 3. Another 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or another 8 coins, if not the rarest, would have to be the second rarest, at least the second rarest in brilliant uncirculated mint state for their year. Because as you know, folks, there are so many dates, and I showed you a few, like that 1896, 1886-0, which in mint state can be tens of thousands of dollars. Here's another date, 1901P, just an MS63, $15,000. The King of the Hill, of course. I mean, there's the 92S, which is a very, again, tens of thousands of dollars. And the King of the Hill is the 1893S, the lowest grade, 1893S, MS60. I had a price comp here for MS60. Here's one, an MS62. Here's an MS60. Here's a price comp. MS60, the lowest mint state grade, 1893S. Yeah, $103,000 for that coin. So this is a real challenge to make this, complete this set and give you all these rarities and not have the price be up there in the tens and 20s of thousands of dollars. And aspiration number 4, at least 20 of the 28 years the Morgan dollar was struck would have a representative Everest Morgan featured in the collection. So in other words, the Morgan dollar series was struck from 1878 to 1904 and once more in 1921. We want coins from at least 20 of those 28 years in your collection. Now, aspiration number 5. This was the biggie because, again, there are so many dates in this series that in just nice mint state condition, MS62, MS63 are $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000. You know, to have rarest dates of 8 years in the series, at least 8 years in the series, to have the second rarest dates of another, 8 coins. So at least half the set having all these rarities in it. To be able to do this, I'm talking to Jack about it, and Jack's thinking it's going to be, it's got to be somewhere at least around $700, $800 a coin. We'd be talking around $20,000, $25,000 for this 32 coin set. And this is where where we really worked our hardest at creating this set. because, and this is where I set the bar the highest, folks. And here's what I came up with. Aspiration 5. Aspiration 5, to offer this entire Everest Morgan collection of 32 coins, with at least 16 of the 32 coins being rare or extremely rare in superb, brilliant, uncirculated condition, with no common date fillers like I've mentioned before, none of those dates, and offer this entire set for less than $300 a coin, or $9,600. That was the goal, less than $300 a coin. Now, when this set was completed, folks, here's what we came up with. And after I show you the results, you're going to see the coins. As far as aspiration number 1, to offer 32 different dates or mint marks in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition without resorting to any of the most common filler dates, we achieved that goal. We've got 32 different dates and mint marks, none of the common dates. So goal number 1, aspiration number 1 was achieved. Now aspiration number 2, this is tougher. 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or 8 coins, would be the rarest issues in brilliant, uncirculated, mint state condition for the year. We surpassed our goal, folks. There are 9 Morgan dollars in the Everest collection that are rarest for their year. 9. 9 of the 28 years, you have Morgan dollars that are the rarest for their year in mint state condition. That's, astounding to me. The fact that we could achieve this, absolutely. I'm so proud of that fact. And then aspiration number 3. Another 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or another 8 coins, would be the second rarest for their year. This is where I am really thrilled. We surpassed our goal. 13 Morgan dollars in the Everest collection are the second rarest for their year. So there you have 9 coins and 13. You've got 22 of the 32 coins are rarities. Some are really rare, folks. Now, aspiration number 4. At least 20 of the 28 years would be represented. 20 of the 28 years the Morgan dollars was struck would be represented in this Everest collection. Again, we surpassed our goal. 25 of the 28 years are represented in this set in brilliant, uncirculated condition. Now, aspiration number 5. That goal of $9,600. Let me show you the coins first. The easiest way to explain the set is to go year by year, starting with the year 1878, first year of issue. What I've done is taken, you see the dates that were struck in mint state in 1878, first year of issue, and the total graded in mint state by NGC. You see the 1878S is there. Every coin in red is one of the coins we have in this set. I picked the 1878S, and Kim is going to show it to you because it's the first San Francisco mint. He uses the reverse of 1878, the flat breast reverse. And it's much rarer than the 1879 to the 1882S Morgans you often see offered when you see early S mints. They're always offering the 79, 80, 81, or 82S, which are much, much easier to locate than this date. This is the first San Francisco mint, uses the reverse of 78 with the flat breast, a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated example. Now, back to our chart. We could put an 1878 CC in this set, folks. But as you can see on the chart, The 1878 CC in mint state condition is not the rarest date. I mean, and here's an 1878 CC, rare key date somebody wants about $1,000 for. Here's another 1878 CC and somebody else, and this one is circulated, obviously circulated, and they still want $1,000 for it. What I've got in this set for a lot less. These are two great deals. We have the 1878 8-tail feather and the rarest date in mint state, the 1878 reverse of 79. And the 8-tail feather reverse of 78. Kim is going to show you those two coins. The reverse of 78. There we have the reverses of two Morgan dollars struck in 1878. The Morgan dollar on your left was the first design ever struck at the Philadelphia Mint of the Morgan dollar series. It's called the 1878 8-tail feather with the reverse of 78. And what's notable about it is the fact that the eagle has what we call a flat breast. If you look at it very closely, the eagle's breast is absolutely flat, and you see the feather detail by virtue of the fact that the feather detail was actually just carved into the chest of the eagle. Late in 1878, they completely redesigned the reverse, and they gave the eagle a rounded breast, which you see on the right there. And later in 1878, they began striking these coins at the Philadelphia Mint, and we call it the 1878 with the reverse of 79, because it was this reverse that was used on almost all Morgan dollars after 1878. But for 1878, they were only struck at the very end of the year at the Philadelphia Mint. And the eagle has the rounded breast, as you see here, with the feathers feather detail overlaid over the breast of the eagle. Now this last design is the rarest mint state coin for that year. And once again, Kim, if you could show them that chart. So these are the first three coins you were getting in the chart, folks. You're getting the 1878S. You're not getting an 1878 CC, which again could be $700, $900. You're getting a much rarer 1878 8-tail feather with that reverse of 78, and you're getting the 1878P with the reverse of 79, the key date for that year. Now the next year, 1879, let's go down there. You're not getting an 1879 CC. 1879 CC, I see them all the time. They go for moon money. Literally. Here's an 1879 MS62. It happens to be in a GSA holder, so they're asking a bit more for it. You know, $8,000, $9,000. But here's one in AU55, folks. It's circulated. It's not even MS60. It's AU55, and it's almost $3,000. Here's one in MS62. No GSA or anything, $5,500. Here's an MS61, $5,500. Now remember, the goal was to offer this entire 32 coin set for $9,600, $300 a coin. Finally, here's one more 79 CC. This one's $7,000. And again, these are like MS62 coins. They're not MS65s. MS65s are tens of thousands of dollars. Now look on this chart and find out, look at the coin that's so much rarer than that 79 CC. Take a look at this. This is big. The 1879S reverse of 78. Kim's going to show you this coin. It's about twice as rare as the 79 CC. Should be twice as much money. This coin alone, folks, will, I feel, one day be worth what you're paying for the entire set. Here you see this 1879S. Now normally 79S, they're very common, but they're common with the reverse of 79. You don't see them with this reverse, with the flat breast. This is such a major rarity. It's such an important coin. Now, in 1879 at the San Francisco Mint, kind of the opposite happened than what happened at the Philadelphia Mint in 1878. You see, at the Philadelphia Mint was responsible for all the dies, and they would make the dies and ship them out to the various mints, New Orleans, Carson City, San Francisco, and the mints would put their mint marks on the die. Well, in San Francisco, they had the new reverse of 79 design, but they apparently had a few dies left over from 1878. And so they used these dies to strike a handful of Morgan dollars with the old reverse of 1878. And there you see the 1879S on the left with the old reverse using the 1878 design with that flat-breasted eagle. These, for the 1879S year, are very rare, especially in brilliant uncirculated mint state condition. The coin on the right is the 1879S with the reverse of 79. This is the more common year. This is the one you see 98, 99% of the time when you see uncirculated 1879S Morgan dollars. There are almost always this much more common design with the reverse of 79. Virtually all the 1879S Morgan dollars were struck with this reverse of 79 with the rounded breast of the eagle. Here's what Q. David Bowers, one of the greatest numismatic authors of our time, if not the greatest numismatic author of our time, has to look at it. It's a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. A stunning, stunning piece, very high quality. In his book, Morgan and Peace Dollar Guide here, this is a huge coin. Here's what he says of the 1879S. Reverse of 78. The only explanation they can give for the existence of this coin is that there were some dies left over from 1878 that they used in 1879. They estimate maybe about 500,000, 500,000 or so were actually struck. But here's what he says. However, if even 100,000 were minted, most must have been melted down under the Pittman Act in 1918, for not many exist today. Few ever went into circulation, and not many were in the Treasury releases of later years. The Redfield hoard is said to have contained 3,000 mint state coins, but mostly bag marked. This is the only quantity rumored or reported to the author. This is an extremely rare coin, folks, in mint state condition. And that's what you get for the 1879S, another date that's the rarest for its issue. The next year we have is 1880. Take a look at this piece. 1880. If you've got the chart there, so the viewers can see where this coin ranks for the year 1880 on the rarity chart. You've got the 1880S most common, 1880cc. You know, 1880cc, folks, I've got a comp here, $600, $700 for an 80cc. The toughest date in mint state, 1880. 1880, high-grade mint state example. Here's one in MS64. This is strong money, but we were able to include a nice, brilliant, uncirculated 1880 in this set. Another coin that is a rarity. That's 34,500. Take a look at this 1880 in the set. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful specimen. The next year, 1881. 1881. 1881. I've got that chart here for you. 1881. You've got 4 different dates there. 1881S, again, is the most common. You're not getting one of those. 1881cc is a $500, $600, $700 coin in just BU condition. What I've got for you are the 1881O and the 1881P, the 2 rarest dates for that year. take a look at these two pieces that we have here on display. And there's that 1881P. Could we get a hand shot of that 1881P there? You got 810 and the 81P, so the viewers can see the obverse and reverse. This coin is really nice looking. I mean, it's so clean. Look at this. What a nice 81P. The toughest coin in the year in mint state condition. Only 9,500 graded in all grades of mint state. 1881P, and a beautiful specimen. So far, folks, we've gone through 1881, and we've already got three dates that are the rarest for their year in mint state. The next year we have is the 1882. 1882. And again, you see the 1882S, most common 1882cc. An 1882C in just mint state is about a $250, $300 coin. 1882P, and then the 1882O. You're getting a nice 1882O in this for this year. The toughest denomination in mint state condition, the toughest mint, an 1882O. And you get a quick look at that, and then we're going to go on to the next date. Again, we have 32 dates to cover in this set, folks. 32 dates in mint marks. 32 dates in mint marks. There's your beautiful, beautiful 1882O. And the next year we have is the 1883. Here's where you're getting the second rarest date. The rarest date is 1883S. We've got an 1883P, the second rarest date, much tougher than an 83cc, and 6 times rarer than an 83O. A beautiful, very difficult 83P. Gorgeous 83P. Now we go to the next year, the 1884. Look at that, stunning, stunning, beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. The next year we have the 1884P. Only because this is one of those years, folks, 1884S, to get an 1884S is, in mint state condition, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars for an 84S. I mean, they are expensive. This is one of those, well into 5 figures for an 1884S. So we're getting the second rarest date, the 1884P, which we have right here for you. Here's just one comp I have for an 1884S. This is one that's been cleaned, okay, and it's still $8,000. It's been cleaned and it's still $8,000 for the 1884S. So we're not going to put an 1884S in there. We're going to give you the second rarest date, a beautiful BU 1884P. The next date. Really proud of this one. We've got an 1885S. This is where I'm really proud of this. 1885S, extremely tough coin. Extremely tough coin. Much rarer, folks, than an 1885cc. At least 3 times rarer than 1885cc. And again, this is where you can go and pay $1,000 for an 85cc. Here's one for about $1,000. Here's one in MS62 for $1,100. You could go pay $1,000 for an 85cc. But we've got an 85S in this set that is so much rare, and it's a beautiful, beautiful, sparkling, frosty, superb gem. Stunning piece. Stunning piece. Another rarest coin in mint state for the year. The next year, 1886. Well, you know all about the 1886. Oh, I told you all about that coin at the beginning of the presentation. Can't get an 1886O. That would alone is a $10,000, $15,000 coin in mint state. We do have an 1886P, a nice BU 1886P. That is the most common coin in this collection. Okay, that's the one coin. The next year we have 1887. What do we have for the 1887 on our charts? You're getting both an 87O and an 87S. An 87O and an 87S. two extremely rare coins, the rarest and second rarest for the year. You're not getting an 87p. Let's just take a look at the 87O really quickly, because you look at this coin, the strike on this coin, the 87O is notorious, as so many of New Orleans mint coins are, for having really, really weak strikes. You take a look at this 87O, it's magnificent. Beautiful strike. You can see a beautiful strike, excellent luster, and then you have the 87S, another beautiful, brilliant blazer. And then we come to the next year, the 1888. Here you got the second rarest date, the 1888O. About 22,000 graded in mint state. Look at this beautiful 88O. Again, another really well-struck coin. And there, again, you see the O mint mark at the back. Beautiful strike for this O mint. Now we get to, and that's the second rarest date for that year. Now we get to the next year. And you're getting the second rarest, because the rarest, folks, is moon money. The 1889 CC, and Kim's showing you the chart here. 1889 CC, here's one in MS62, $44,000, all right? I mean, pretty well. And here's one that's genuine, unk details, questionable color. I mean, it's not even gradable. It's not even gradable, and it's still $15,000 for an 89 CC. On the other hand, here you've got an 89O, which is extremely rare. Take a look at this piece. Great coin. Beautiful, beautiful 1889O. Now we get into the 1890s, folks. This is where it really starts to get challenging, the 1890s. There you see the 1890 CC, toughest date, very expensive. And you've got a couple dates there that are almost as rare, folks, the 90O and the 90S. Kim's going to show you a couple comps for 90 CCs. Here's one. You know, again, they're not MS65s or MS64s, just a nice MS62, $5,700. Here's one uncertified, $1,700. And here's a 90O in AU55 for $1,000. Now, we have a 90O in this set, and we have a 90S. And that 90O you see up there is an AU. It's not. It's circulated. Take a look at our 90O and 90S in this set. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimens. The second and third rarest for the year. The 90P is also extremely rare. Spectacular. Look at this strike on the 90O and the 90S. Semi-proof-like surfaces. Exceptional quality and eye appeal. And now we're going to get to the third year, 1891. Here's one where we've got the third rarest, but that's a really rare, only 6,000 graded. You get into the 1890s, folks, and they're all rare. There are no common dates. You don't see any coins, you know, when you get between 1890 and 1895, in that span, there are no coins where you see 30, 40, 50,000 graded in mint state. They're all rare. The 91cc you're looking at there is a $5,000, $6,000 coin. We've got a beautiful 91p. Take a look at this piece. Gorgeous 91p, a very, very tough coin. Beautiful, beautiful coin. Boy, can we get a close-up of that, Kim? That is amazingly nice for 91p. This is a date that's usually so baggy. Just incredible, incredible. Nice clean cheek. Beautiful specimen. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. I mean, here's a 91O, for example. This is, I don't know, that's kind of a fiction price because it's a circulated example. The 91O, that's circulated, shouldn't be $5,000, but that is a 91O, not a 91P. Now let's get to the next year, 1892. This is another one of those years, folks. 1892, if you want an 1892, I mean, the rarest date is the 1892S. I mean, forget about owning one of these. Here's one in the lowest mint state grade, and it's a $35,000 coin. In mint state 60, for a 35,000, in mint state 62 would probably be up around 60, 70,000. But then you go, even the third rarest date in the series, the 1892cc. Okay, we've got the 1892p in this set, folks, which is next rarest behind the 92s. It's next rarest behind the 92s. Even the 92cc, which is third rarest in this year, is a $2,000 to $3,000 coin. Here's a couple 92cc's in mint state grade. $2,100 for that and $2,800 for that coin. And we'll take a quick look at this 92p. Beautiful, beautiful example. Again, it's rarer than a 92cc. 92cc. And now the next 3 years are the years we do not have in this set because they're all so rare and so pricey. There are, I mean, you got the 1893 a year where you have the 93S, and that's a $100,000 plus coin. The 93cc is thousands and thousands of dollars. Then you get to the 94, you got the same problem with the 1894s. They're all really rare and expensive. Just go down the chart. They're all really rare and expensive. There's nothing that's less than several $1,000s. And then the 95Os, the cheapest coin is the 95S, and that's $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. So we get to the 96p. We've got an 1896p in our set, a beautiful 96p. Let's go to the next year. Next year we have a 97S, another second rarest coin for the year. 97O, very, very expensive coin. You know, several $1,000s in mint state. Next year we have is a 98p, second rarest coin. 98S, we offer that coin in another presentation, which is why I didn't put it in this one. Very rare coin. And next year, the 99, we have the 99O, because the 99S and the 99P we offer in different presentations. What we don't offer, though, is this next coin, the 1900S and the P. Take a look at the 1900S we have. This is such a rare, rare coin. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. Now let's get to the next year, the 1901. You get a 1901O. Again, the 01P, many thousands of dollars. Next year, the 1902. We have an 02O. The 02S would price this set way beyond, we wouldn't be able to meet our goal. We get an 020. 02P, we have it in another presentation. The next year we have an 03P. Great year. 03S, of course, is tens of thousands of dollars in mint state. 03P, though, is so undervalued, and we have an 03P in this set. And finally, we've got an 04P for the last issue. Key date 04P. Again, the 04S, thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. Here's an 04P that we have. We put in this last really, really super tough date here. There's one. It says it's Gem BU. It's a mint state coin, $2,700. Take a look at our 04P. Third to the last coin, and then we're going to finish off with the two final coins in the set. There's an 04P, and then we finish off with the last year, the 1921, and you're getting the two rarest coins for the 1921. The 1921D and the 1921S, both extremely rare. So there's the entire set, folks. There's the entire set. The set will come in this custom display case of 32 coins. There's two shelves of 16 coins each, folks. And they'll be in the order you saw them on the show. Now we get back to that aspiration number 5, the price. The price. Aspiration number 5. To offer this entire Everest Morgan collection of 32 coins, with at least 16 of the 32 being rare or extremely rare, we blew past that goal and have 22 of the 32 Everest Morgans in the rare or extremely rare category, folks. 22 of the 32, not 16, but 22 of the 32, and we did it for less than $300 a coin. This was perhaps, without a doubt, the most important goal. As collectors, we all want to own, to cherish exceptional, rare coins. Camera 2. But it takes a little of the joy out of it when we end up having to pay top dollar. And it would have been a lot easier to meet the above aforementioned goals on a $15,000, $20,000 budget, or $500, $600 a coin if price were no object. But my goal was to meet the first 4 goals, building the finest possible, brilliant, uncirculated 32-coin set with the greatest rarity possible, and I intentionally set the bar extremely high. This is, I think, my longest presentation ever, but this is my biggest Morgan presentation ever. I wanted to maximize the benefit for you. With at least 8 coins the rarest for the year, another 8 the second rarest, 16 coins in all, and we blew past that goal. 22 of the 32 coins are either rarest or second rarest for their year in brilliant, uncirculated condition with no common date fillers. We were only able to make 23 of these sets. That's it. And it took a long, long time. Long time. But the good news is the price. To keep it within that $300 coin guideline was paramount. To give you the greatest possible value, Morgan dollars with the greatest possible potential for long-term growth. I was able to achieve this goal within budget for under $9,600, under $300 a coin. In fact, I was able to achieve all those aspirations, exceeding them for less than $275 a coin. That would be $8,800. In fact, I was even able to do this for less than $260 a coin. Under $260, folks, that's $8,300. It's this last, as successful as I was in those first 4 aspirations, it's this last aspiration where I think I was most successful. 23 sets. Call now. $184.22 a coin. $184.22 a coin times 32 equals $5,895 in the custom presentation case cabinet, and you're going to get a free signed copy of the Morgan Silver Dollar book by Miles Standish. We are the only station that has the rights to this on TV to get a signed copy, and here's an autographed copy with his signature. Show it to you right here. This received the Numismatic Literary Guild Book of the Year for 2015. You're getting a free copy signed by Miles. Again, we're the only station that offers this. $5,895.
But wait! This Morgan Silver Dollar Everest collection of 32 unique Morgans in brilliant uncirculated condition is also now available using our 2-pay option. That's right, now you can make 2 payments of only $2,947.50. So call now to bring this rare set into your numismatic collection with our 2-payment option of only $2,947.50. Quantities are very limited, so don't delay.
We have 23 sets. Cameron's signaling me that we apparently no longer have 23 sets. Well, hold on, folks. Cameron has a question from a caller wanting to purchase 4 sets. Tell the gentleman we have to set a maximum on this. We do have to set a maximum of 2 sets per customer. Let me make that clear. Anybody who calls in, we have a maximum 2 sets per customer because of our limited numbers. 2 sets maximum per customer, folks, for only $11,790. When I think about that, that is amazing. We got a lot of people calling in on this. 64 coins. Mr. T from Alabama just bought a set also. Thank you, Mr. T. Mr. L from New Jersey. All right, thank you, Mr. L. Congratulations. You know, sincerely, again, 23 sets, 44 of the 64 dates being either rare or extremely rare. 25 of the 28 years the Morgan dollar was struck are represented in this set. 9 of the Everest Morgans are the rarest issues for their year. Another 13 are second rarest for their year. And folks, there are no filler coins. None. 0. None of the most common dates you always see when you see some other coin show offering a Morgan collection with even 10 or 15 different dates and mint marks. You always get at least 3 or 4 of the easiest dates in the series. You'll get a 79S or an 80S or an 81S, 82S, 830, 840, 850. You always get at least 2 or 3 of those. There are none of those filler dates. You can get those anytime. We always have them in stock. The last thing I wanted to do was sneak a few of these easy dates in, make it a little easier on myself, but of no benefit to you, when you can get those coins anytime. These coins, this 32 coin Morgan Everest collection. As I said, when I began this presentation, we have so many folks calling in on this. This set stands alone, towers well above any brilliant uncirculated Morgan collection ever offered by any other show at any time in TV coin show history. This is a name that means something. Everest, the highest point on the planet, offering you a view of our planet that can only be described as exhilarating, breathtaking. If you never buy another Morgan dollar, this Everest collection, this 32 coin collection, the majority are rarities within the series, for only $5,895. When I showed you back that 1879, you're getting that 1879 reverse of 78, which is rarer than the 1879 CC. That 1879 CC alone is a $6,000 coin. And here you're getting a coin that's rarer than that 79 CC for that 1879 year S, a coin that will be so much more valuable in the years to come. That's just one example of the value in this set when there are so many other dates in this series that would cost you $20,000, $40,000, $100,000 a coin. And here you're getting this entire set for $184.22 a coin. $184.22 a coin. The entire set for only $5,895.
And don't forget our 2-pay option of only $2,947.50. This Morgan Silver Dollar Everest collection includes 32 unique Morgans in brilliant uncirculated condition. You also get the free book signed by Miles Standish, and the coins come in this custom display case.
It's a beautiful display case where you can show this off, show it to your friends with all these coins, all these rare dates, explain the mint marks, explain the reverse of 79 to them and the reverse of 78. You got that first year, 1878, where you have the two 1878 Ps, one with the reverse of 78, one with the reverse of 79. And then they're going to look and see the 1879S, and they're going to assume that that's a common date. And then you explain to them, no, this is actually one of the rarest dates in the Morgan series. It's an 1879 that was struck from the dies from 1878. It's extremely rare. It's rarer than an 1879 CC, which sells for $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 in a mint state 61 grade. And here's a beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimen This coin looks really choice, super choice uncirculated. And that's just one of the coins in this 32 coin set. There are so many other coins in there. You've got your 1880. Again, there are so many coins. They're the rarest dates. I'm going to go through the list one more time of the dates in this set. You have the 1878S, 1878 8 tail feather, only 9,800 graded. 1878 reverse of 79, the rarest issue in that series in 1878. The 1879S reverse of 78, the rarest issue for that year. The 1880O, the rarest issue for that year. The 1881 P and O, which are the rarest issues for that year in mint state. The 1882O, the rarest issue for that year in mint state. 1883P, the second rarest for 1883. 1884P, the second rarest. 1885S, the rarest issue for that year in mint state. Rarer than the 1885CC, many times rarer. And the 85CC in mint state is about a $1,000 coin. 85S is about 3 times rarer. 1886P. And then you have the 1887 O and S. Again, the O and S, the first and second rarest issues for that year. 1888, you have the 1888O, the second rarest. 89O, you have that second rarest. The only rare issue is the 89CC, which is a $20,000, $30,000 coin in just regular average mint state condition. And then for 1890, you have the 1890O and the 1890S. For the 1891 year, you have the 91P. Very, very tough year. In 1892, you have the 92P. Extremely rare, about as rare as the 79CC. Again, the 79CC, folks, a $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 coin. 92P, only 3,100 graded. The only issue rare is the 92S in mint state, and that's a $35,000, $40,000 coin in MS60, the 92S. The only years we're missing are the 93, the 94, and the 95. Again, you go to the 1895, and the least expensive coin is the 95S, and that coin is going to cost you alone. I mean, I couldn't get one for less than $6,000, $7,000. Okay, so I can't do the set with those. So those are the only 3 years we're missing. 1896P you're getting a 97S, you're getting a 98P, a 99O, and then you're getting a 100P, and the rarest issue for 1900, the 100S, only 2,700 coins graded. Again, comparable to that 79CC. Another comparable coin, then you're getting an 010, an 020, an 03P, an 04P with only 3,600 coins graded, barely over that 79CC rarity. And finally, to wrap it up, the 21D and S, the first and second coins of rarity for the last year, 1921. All 32 coins, $184.22 a coin.
That's right, all 32 brilliant uncirculated Morgans for only $5,895. Or use our 2-pay option of only $2,947.50. Quantities are very limited, so don't delay. Call and order your Morgan Silver Dollar Everest collection now.
At this point, folks, I've been on the air with this presentation, longest ever, over an hour. All I have to say is, thank you for watching this presentation. I hope you enjoyed it. And hopefully you might pick up one of these. But from Kim and I, it's been a pleasure. It's been a lot of work putting this set together. But this is the fruits of my labor at this point, to be able to offer this amazing set of Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition for $184.22 a coin. Thank you for watching.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Have I got a great collector special for you folks today. I've got some proof coins from an era when proof coins in nice condition have some real rarity. The problem with proof coins from this era, and I'm talking about proof coins struck from 1950 to 1964, the last of the Philadelphia minted proof coins, when proof coins were still made what I call the old-fashioned way, when they were using technologies that were basically unchanged from the 1800s. Nowadays, when you buy a proof set, and here's an example of one, this is a 1990 set, original government packaging, you take a look at it, you're getting state-of-the-art. The technology today is state-of-the-art. The packaging is state-of-the-art. You look at these coins, they're magnificent, deeply mirrored, superb, the state-of-the-art. And that's what proof coins are supposed to be. They're meant to represent the state-of-the-art, the finest representation of a coin design that the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. However, we're talking about the Philadelphia era, 1964 and earlier, when proof coins were made at the old Philadelphia Mint. They didn't have that technology. Again, intended to be state-of-the-art given the technology of the day. Now, for you new folks out there, if you've never seen our show, if you're new to collecting, proof coins have always, the Mint's always been making proof coins pretty much since the early 1800s, but it wasn't until 1858 when somebody from the public could actually order one from the Mint. Up until that point, you had to be an ambassador or a king or a queen or someone really important to get a proof coin from the Mint. And it was given as a great treasure to show you, these visitors, these dignitaries, how great our technology was. And other countries did the same thing, creating proof coins. And what they would do is take the finest dies and polish them to a very high degree till they had a mirror-like finish. And they'd give the coin blanks a kind of treatment, polishing treatment as well, and then slowly feed those blanks into the die and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, once struck, the coins were individually handled. They weren't allowed to braid with any other coins. Unlike commercial strikes, which the dies did not receive any kind of special polishing. The coins were only struck once. They were dumped into bins once they were struck, and so they would have bag marks. So a proof coin, when you would get it, theoretically should be perfect. And again, when you see this 1990 set, it looks perfect. But back in the Philadelphia Mint era, 64 and earlier, they didn't have the technology. They didn't have the packaging. Here's a 1962 set, folks. And this is the packaging of the era. This is the envelopes they came in. And they were in cellophane. The cellophane's pliable, which meant that it could bend and the cellophane could rub against the surface of the proof coin, which would damage the coin or had the potential to damage the coin. And the coins would often break loose from their packaging and abrade with one another, and they would tone. And so state-of-the-art was usually not state-of-the-art. And they would even ship them this way. This would blow my mind. Here the Mint goes to all this trouble to make these proof coins, all this labor to create the dies, to individually handle the coin. And then they put them in this terrible packaging that did nothing to protect the coins, ship them in snail mail, third-class insured mail. And so the end result was that proof coins from the 1950 through 1964, when the Philadelphia Mint, that was the final era where the Philadelphia Mint was striking these proof sets, were usually less than flawless. They were usually terribly flawed, which makes high-grade proof coins so valuable. Now, I've got a chart over here that shows proof production from 1955 through 1964. Now, it says proof Franklin mintages, but those mintages could also apply to Jefferson nickels because proof coins were available only in sets. You bought a 1955 proof set, you got a Franklin, a Washington, a Roosevelt dime, Jefferson nickel, Lincoln cent. 56 there, they struck 669,000 proof sets. But as far as the Franklin half, is concerned, there were a couple different varieties which I note on this chart. So ignore that because this is all about Jefferson nickels. And you could see by 1960-61 how many more proof coins were being issued in those later years. Well, this is really interesting because this all had to do with the state of our economy, our growing economy. Here we were a country coming out of World War II. We went into a depression right after World War II because here you had all these GIs coming home. You had to find jobs for them. At the same time, you had industries which had geared up, like Ford and all these major manufacturers had geared up to make tanks and all kinds of equipment for war. And now all of a sudden they had to go back to making products for civilian use. So our economy really had to readjust. And so you had all these GIs coming back, looking for work, starting families. People generally just didn't have money to spend on their passions. But then as you got into the late 50s, as this middle class, this great middle class became established, began and had the potential to save money, had the potential to buy things like cars, home ownership, tremendous rise in home ownership in the late 50s, have their own TV. You saw more and more people pursuing their passion, coin collecting. And so the dramatic rise in coin collecting as you got into 1960, 61, 62, over 3 million sets issued. But back in the 50s, 58, 875,000, 56, 669,000. 1955, only 378,000 sets were issued. What I have today, folks, a gentleman I'd known for a very, very long time. If you've watched my show for any length of time, you know him very well. To me, he's a legend. I nicknamed him Harry the Hoarder. He got a real kick out of it because it was all in good fun. And he was a hoarder, but he was a hoarder of the highest order. In other words, he saved things that he knew were quality and that had rarity. And he, for example, just to give you one example, the Lincoln cent, 1955 Lincoln cent. The last year, the wheat-backed Lincoln cent was struck at the San Francisco Mint. Harry hoarded bags, 5,000 coin bags of 55 Lincoln cent, uncirculated Lincoln cents from the San Francisco Mint. He had bags and bags of them. And one day he went through all these tens of thousands of cents, submitted them to NGC. Now, NGC Lincoln cents are very rare in high grade. MS67 red is the highest grade any 55 Lincoln has ever received at NGC. MS67 red. They've only graded about 2,800 examples. About half of those, 1,400 coins, came from Harry's collection. Now, the crown jewel of his collection, though, was, I believe, his proof coins that he had put away from 1950 through 1964. Especially the 50 to 60 era, folks. And he put away, and he did this over a period of decades. He'd been doing this since the late 60s, early 70s, when he would get nice coins. He was a tremendous visionary, and he put away incredible coins. And unfortunately, Harry passed away in 2014. And I've been acquiring pieces of his collection from his estate ever since then. And again, the crown jewel of his estate, I think, are his proof coins. And what I have today are some Jefferson nickels from the late 50s in exceptional proof 67, and I have them at a price that, if not for Harry, would never have been possible. There you see the 1956 proof 67. Folks, this coin, these look like they just came off the die, hair-free, hairline-free, pristine, haze-free, absolutely flawless to the eye, proof 67. NGC has only graded a couple thousand of these in proof 67. Look at this coin. Absolutely stunning eye appeal, every single coin. Now, I got to move quick on this. There's your 56. The 57, 58, every bit as nice. The last coin here, the 59, absolute gem. This is what a proof coin should look like. Deep mirrors, no marks, haze-free, coin's over 60 years old, and it looks perfect. Highest possible grade for any coin is 70. No proof coin from this era has ever graded 70. Now, folks, you look on eBay, and you'll see these in proof 67. eBay and other auctions, and they're generally, there's a 1956 in proof 67, $76. There's another 56, $79, $80 actually. Another 56 in proof 67. This is, the ballpark for these coins in proof 67 condition. There's a 57 in proof 67, top-rated seller, $47. Very good, excellent price. And there we got a 62, more common issue, $99. Here's what I can do. Take your pick. Take your pick, folks. Any one of the 4 coins you see there, take your pick of any of these dates. They're not $99 or $79 or $49, $23 a coin. You heard me correctly, $23 a coin, take your pick, any one of those. And if you want a second coin, we guarantee you a different date. You can pick the date if you want, if you want any one of these dates, also $23 a coin. If you want a third different date, $23 a coin. And if you want all 4 dates, the total is only $92, $23 a coin. Now, again, I cannot sell 50 or 30 or 20 of one date to an individual. One per customer when you pick these individual dates. Okay, so you can get the 4 coin set for only $23 a coin, $92. Now you can get as many 4 coin sets as you want, but I can't have somebody, for example, ordering all the 56s, and then I wouldn't have any sets left for all the other viewers. Now, folks, I'm not done yet, though, because I've added a coin with the lowest mintage of all, only 378,000 struck. Take a look at the 1955 in proof 67, the rarest mintage of all, about half the mintage of the 1956, a little over half the mintage. The 1955, this is a $70, $80, $100 coin. This coin also, when you get it with the other 4 examples, will be $23. In other words, all 5 coins for $115. The set of 5 for only $115, folks. This is a must-buy opportunity for if you're an established collector or if you're a new collector. Here you're getting some early proofs from this early era at the Philadelphia Mint, an extraordinary proof 67 condition, all for $115. This is a tremendous collector's special. I want to thank you for watching this here from Rick here at Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Here you've got coins from the Philadelphia Mint era, before they had all the modern technology and the modern packaging, and yet, because of Harry, who put away some of the finest proof coins from this era, I'm able to offer these at below market prices. An amazing opportunity for the collector of today. Tremendous future potential. Incredible eye appeal, quality, rarity. The entire 5 coin set for only $115. Thank you for watching. Now, you have perhaps, if you've been watching for a few minutes, you've just seen the presentation on some 1955 to 1959 Jefferson Nichols, an extraordinary proof 67. If you missed that presentation, this is came from an amazing collection, a collector who is really, he has more, there are more things coming out of his estate in the months ahead that I'm hoping to get a hold of. He's got some war nickels, an MS-67. I mean, MS-67 war nickels. I mean, that is extraordinary. These were coins that were struck in the hundreds and hundreds of millions. There have only been something like 18,000 graded in MS-67. He probably accounted, because of his incredible collecting habits, accounted for several thousand of those 18,000 coins. And his estate still has 300 or 400 of those left. And I'm working on getting those. But what I've gotten in the meantime are these extraordinary proof Jefferson nickels. And you saw the proof 67s, and out of those we had some graded folks. His eye is so good. Harry is just, I mean, he had a tremendous grading eye. A lot of these coins came back proof 67. And I have a small group in proof 67 and an even smaller group in proof 69. Now, we've got a chart here to show you how many, or how few rather, have been graded in proof 69 by NGC. The dates I have are from 1955 through 1959. 55, NGC's graded 662 examples. 56, only 444. The toughest dates to get in proof 69 are actually the 57, 58, and 59. Very difficult to get in proof 69. Just the coins would tend to have planchet flaws and other little defects that would keep them out of the 6-9 category. So that's why when you do see proof 69s or even proof 68s, they go for huge premiums. I've got just able to find a few comparables of coins that have sold from this era in the Jefferson nickels in high grade. Proof 68, folks, not a proof 69, a proof 68 for $138 for a proof 68. A 6-9s usually go for about 3 to 4 times that number. A coin that's sold in auction, the 57 in proof 69. Highest numerical grade any proof from this era has ever received. Proof 69, $423 for that 1957. $423 for that one coin, okay? That's what it realized in auction after bidding. The next coin, last coin I have here, a 58 in proof 69, $329. Just those two coins alone, folks, is about $800. Take a look at this 5-coin set in proof 69. This is as good as it gets because of the extraordinary nature of this collection, the fact that it was so quality. I think this is probably one of the last collections of its kind in the country. The things this gentleman put away over the decades he had been collecting since before I started collecting, I mean, going back 50 years. He'd been putting coins away. This entire set, folks, you see where they go for $300, $400, $500 in auction. You know, $400 a coin comes to $2,000, all right? But again, I was so fortunate because of his grading eye when we submitted these coins, I unexpectedly got some proof 69s. I'm able to offer these at a price that would not be possible under normal conditions. Okay, these are not $500 a coin. This entire set, folks, call in now. This entire set is available not for $500 a coin or $400 a coin or $350 a coin. At $300 a coin, this would be a great set. When you see them selling in auction for $350, $450 for some of these dates, $300 a coin would be a great set, a great value. Call in now. You'll be glad you did while I have these from this incredible, once-in-a-lifetime estate. $79 a coin. $395, okay? $395 for all 5 examples. Look at these. This looks like it just came off the die. Perfect strike, flawless surfaces, as flawless as it gets. These are the highest grades. It came off the die, and you caught it on a velvet pillow and stored it in some kind of vacuum, maybe out in outer space beyond Saturn somewhere for the last 60 years, to keep it preserved in this kind of phenomenal, flawless condition. $395 for the entire 5-coin set. Look at this. Look at that, Patrick. It's incredible. It's breathtaking to think of how this coin is, about 60 years old. 60 years old. Every coin is like this. No haze, because you can see, sometimes you'll see coins on eBay in proof 69, and you get it and it'll have haze on it. These are absolutely haze-free, every single coin. Let's show them the last year of the series, the 59. Every single coin, $395, not per coin, for the set. It's $79 a coin, $395 for the set. If you want 2 sets, they're $395. If you want 3 sets, they're $395. That's $79 a coin. You have to understand that also, NGC, to give this kind of grade, they go through a little extra fine-tuning in their grading department. They look over the coins especially carefully when applying the Proof 69 grade to a coin. I mean, that is the highest grade they've ever given a proof coin from this era. And then the first date of the series, the 1955. I mean, the mintage in 1955, they only issued 378,000 proof coins of the Jefferson nickel in 1955. This was an earlier time in the proof making at the Philadelphia Mint after World War II. And, this coin by itself, again, Proof 68s selling in auction for $150. Proof 68s. And here's a Proof 69. Proof 69, $79 a coin for the entire set. No, we cannot sell individual coins. I apologize for that. Cannot do it because I have a limited number of these coins of each of these dates in Proof 69.
2 more sets gone.
2 more sets gone. Okay, they're going quickly. We got a lot of folks calling in. We have a little bit of a queue, but we'll get to you very, very shortly. We have the greatest phone operators here at RCTV. You will enjoy the experience. I guarantee you that. They are the friendliest people. There's no pressure selling or anything. They just answer the phone with a very sincere, helpful voice. You tell them what you want, and they'll walk you through it, and it's a really easy, fun, enjoyable process. While I have these folks, this is a great, great opportunity to get some of the finest surviving proof coins from this bygone era. Here you have incredible, top-of-the-line eye appeal, highest possible quality, amazing rarity. Some of these are only a few hundred examples certified in this extraordinary grade. Incredible rarity for the lowest possible price while I have them. Only $79 a coin for the set, $395. Cameron tells me we had one individual just acquire 4 sets. Who was that, Cameron?
That was Mr. J from Cleveland.
Mr. J from Cleveland. Congratulations, Mr. J. I'm going to close it out right here. Thank you for watching this extra special presentation, this great collector special here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. This is going to be a quick presentation, folks, maybe 10 minutes. This has to do with this phenomenal, extraordinary 1957 proof set collection that I have. I've never in my life, I've been doing this, specializing in these coins almost 40 years, proof coins. Never have I handled a group of proof sets from the 1950s like I have here before you. It involved 74 unopened boxes of 1957 proof sets, unopened from the U.S. Mint, folks. 50 sets per box. When I was offered this deal, I asked to open a couple of these boxes so I could inspect them, because the gentleman who had the collection was asking a considerable premium. But when I opened these, I mean, here's your typical 1957 proof set you see nowadays. It's pretty ragged, okay? It's pretty frayed. It's been, handled, thrown around. You take a look at it. You pull the sets out. They've been handled by hundreds and hundreds of people over the years. The cellophane's pliable, so the cellophane's always rubbing up against the coins. So the coins are generally in horrible shape. And so I opened one of these boxes, and it was like I was in a time machine. I went back to 1957. You opened one of these boxes, folks, and you pulled out one of the sets. And it's like these sets had been in there, in this protective cocoon, since 1957. Somebody put them in these boxes back in 1957, and I was the first person since 1957 to pull one of these sets out of the box. That was special. So we submitted most of the 74. I have a handful that I left sealed, just to be able to show you some of this extraordinary collection of 57 proof sets. What I have for you today are some 1957 Washington quarters in proof 67 from this collection. And because the quality was so extraordinary in this truly once in a lifetime acquisition, this incredible collection, I've got these coins at a great price, folks. 1957 quarters in proof 67, that's a very, very high grade. Again, when you see 1957 proof sets, you see one of these quarters. I'll just cut one out real quickly here from one of these sets in the cellophane. The quality is not very good. The cellophane was a very poor storage material. A lot of the coins were hair-lined, and this is how they look. Okay? They're over 60 years old. By the way, these coins were struck at 90% silver. The U.S. Mint struck the dimes, quarters, and half dollars in 90% silver up until 1964. 1965 and later, the quarters had 0 silver content. So this is the end of an era in proof making at the Philadelphia Mint, where you can get coins struck in 90% silver. These are phenomenal pieces. We have around 1,200 examples out of this extraordinary once-in-a-lifetime collection. 1,200 examples in proof 67 condition, folks. And I got them at a great price. Just take a look at one of these. I mean, they are absolutely flawless to the eye. In my opinion, they are all regrade candidates. I can't find a flaw on any of these. Take a look at this piece, folks. It looks like it just came off the die. I mean, it's 1957, over 60 years old. There's no haze, no spotting. I can't see any hairlines on it. It looks like it just came off the die. You caught it on a velvet pillow and encapsulated it and brought it to this year, over 60 years later, like it's in some kind of time capsule. The great news is, because, again, the grades were so extraordinary, my cost is well below what I would have expected. So I'm able to offer one of these coins to you, one of these quarters, folks, at a great, great once-in-a-lifetime price. I'm going to price it and tell you out in 1 minute. Again, this is going to be a 10-minute presentation. Now, Mint State 1957 quarters and MS-67 go for hundreds and hundreds of dollars if they're in Mint State. Now, there's a Mint State, folks, example, a 1957 MS-67 that's over $300. Here's a proof, 1957, and proof 67 for $80. Here's an NGC piece. That looks like it has some of that original package toning that I showed you earlier. It's still over $100 for a proof 67. And it's understandable. Look, if you send one of these for grading, the grading fee alone is $20. They're going to charge you about $25 to ship it back to you registered mail. They don't ship anything back insured mail. Everything goes back registered mail, at least $25. So right there, grading and shipping alone is $45. These 57 quarters, again, take a look at one of these. Every one pristine, haze-free, as brilliant and flawless as the moment it was struck in 1957, $24 a coin. $24 a coin, but it gets even better because, again, we have well over 1,000 of these from this amazing collection. But once these are gone, I'm not sure what the price will be, but while we have them, if you want to get 5, this is even more unbelievable because if you want to get 5, you can own 5 for $99. That's $19.80 a coin for a 1957 silver proof Washington quarter in NGC proof 67. The highest grade this date has ever been given is proof 69. It's 2 points from the highest grade. There are no 70s. $99 for 5. And then my ultimate package, 20 1957s in proof 67. 20 for only $18.95 a coin. That's $379. This is one of those specials where we get a lot of dealers calling in, a lot of part-time dealers will buy deals like this and then set up at a local coin show and sell the coins for $35 or $45, which is a really fair price. They have a great margin on it, you know? But they got them at an unbelievable below wholesale price. And that's what I'm able to offer you today. Again, our philosophy, when we get a great deal, what we love doing most is passing it on to you. And when I had the opportunity to buy this original collection, the finest collection of unopened, mint-sealed proof sets from the 1950s, in the most extraordinary condition I had ever seen 1957 proof sets. The grades we got were far superior to what you typically see. We've got a population chart here showing you how rare these coins are, these 1957s. They've only graded 2,800 examples in proof 67. And you can see there are no 70s, 2,800 examples. We've got right now over 1,000 of them, folks. That's about 1/3 of the entire population. It's extraordinary. Again, closing this out, it's a real short little presentation, but it's very, very special. This great 1957 phenomenal proof set hoard of these mint-sealed sets that I have on display here. One 1957, proof 67, is only $24 a coin. We've got a lot of people calling in. Many of you are getting the multi-coin options because the price is just unbelievable. You can own 5 for only $99. That's under $20 a coin. And finally, my 20-coin dealer special. I'll call it my 20-coin dealer wholesale special. 20 for only $18.95 a coin. 20 for $379. Take advantage of this opportunity, folks. Here you have these stunning 57 proof Washington quarters in these state-of-the-art NGC holders. These holders are airtight. They're made from the highest medical grade plastics that will ensure that these coins are well preserved, as pristine 20, 30, 50 years from now as they are today. This is truly a time capsule here, folks. These proof coins from 1957, so well preserved. By a miracle, some collector, I never could understand this, when a collector will buy a proof set from the U.S. Mint, a box of proof sets from the, just one box of these is 50 sets, a box, and never opening it. And here there were 74 boxes and they were never opened. You never see this anymore. It's unheard of. It's a miracle. And I just want to pass it on to you folks today. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. A few days ago, I watched a documentary on the Revolutionary War. It was a 6 or 7 part series in 1-hour segments. And I was struck once again by the incredible ultimate sacrifice men and women of our country have made time and again in the Revolutionary War and in many wars since, to give up everything, including life itself, for liberty. that one word, liberty, so that we Americans may all live in a free country, a land of liberty. Now, when Patrick Henry uttered those famous words, "Give me liberty or give me death," it wasn't just a nice sounding speech. He really meant it. We are most fortunate to have inherited those freedoms passed down to us from the sacrifices of past generations of Americans, and that we Americans living today must in turn protect and preserve for the generations to come. It's all there on every one of our coins. That word, liberty. It's on every United States coin struck today. We have so much to be grateful for. And we have our coins as our inspiration, our daily reminder of who we are. There are many reasons I love United States coins, but for me personally, this is the most important reason. It is what United States coinage stands for, what our country stands for, and what we stand for. When I look at a U.S. coin, I think again how proud I am to be an American. Hello, welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm here, Rick Tamaska, along with Kimberly, who's going to be showing you some of the most exciting silver dollars that we've ever offered. And I am like a kid in a candy store right now, folks. I get this way when I get some coins that I think are really, really nice coins that I think are just undervalued. You know, it doesn't matter what the gray sheet says or what the blue sheet says, because sometimes those sheets do not reflect the true value of a coin. I'll give you just one brief example. The blue sheet a few years ago had, for the 1956, it wasn't the blue sheet, it was the PCGS and NGC price guides. They had, for the 1956 Type 1 Franklin, in Proof 68 Deep Cameo, they had the value listed at $8,000. Now, I knew that that was way off, that if one was ever offered to me, I'd be willing to pay at least double that. But the thing is, because it was such a rare coin, the last one that had been on the market was many, many years earlier. And at that time, it sold for $8,000. And so that was the value reflected. And here it was, 7, 8 years later, and things had changed. And so one came up in auction. And I didn't, usually when I'm bidding on a coin in an auction, I like to see the coin up close in my hands under a halogen light. Halogen light is the most important tool. If you're new to collecting, that's the most important tool you can have at your disposal, because with a halogen light, you'll see things even if it's graded. Because a lot of times a coin that's in a graded holder will develop a little spot or something like that. And it's harder to see if you don't have a really good halogen grading light. So anyway, I didn't get to see the coin close up. I saw it on a computer monitor, and I still bid something like $17,000 for it, and I lost. It went for about $20,000. If I had gotten to see the coin up close, I probably would have gone up to $25,000 on it. But so anyhow, the price guide value went from $8,000 to $20,000, in a matter of a week, because it's a really rare coin. Now, on the other hand, when you get coins that aren't so rare, that are traded on a regular basis, those numbers are usually reasonably fairly reflected in the price guides, because they trade regularly. And so when you see, say, a Common Date Morgan, 1881S, for example, or a Common Date P-Star, 1922P and 6.5, those trade every week. And so those values can be relied on a little bit more than the values for some of these rarer coins. And it's in these rare coins where there is the opportunity, the greatest opportunity today. And we are taking advantage of it big time here with what we have for you today, folks. This is one of those opportunities. I just feel like Santa Claus really right now. It is so exciting. There's such a thirst today among collectors to own something really special. Now, many of you folks tune in to the various coin shows and all too often end up watching hour after hour of slickly marketed common coins trussed up as if they were really something special and extraordinary. Well, I know this because of the response we have had from a couple key date Morgan and Peace Dollar sets I've offered over the past few months. The response among the viewers has just been off the charts. You know, we would spend the time to put together some key date rare coins that you viewers wouldn't normally get to see, that you normally wouldn't see at your local coin shop or your local coin show. And we had them on our show, and the response has just been extraordinary. And we thank you. And one of the things we're most pleased with is that I was talking to Greg, and he said, you know, Rick, I used to work at another, be partners at another coin show, and the return rate on our show is so much smaller. It's a tiny fraction of what it used to be on that other show. Now, there's always going to be a return here and there. I mean, when you sell, if you sell 100 of something, there's going to always be a customer that doesn't like a particular coin for a particular reason. But ours is at the lowest on TV, and we're very proud of that because we offer a quality product. Now, the coins we have are key dates in the Peace Dollar series. Now, we refer to a coin in a series as a key date when it ranks among the most difficult coins to acquire when completing a collection. And when we're talking about key date Morgan and Peace Dollars, we're talking about some very rare coins that will often be very, very expensive. Now, when it comes to discussing rarity, and this is really important, in either the Morgan or Peace Dollar series, it's important to understand that we're talking about rare coins, that there are really two different kinds of rarity. In U.S. numismatics, you have coins that have absolute rarity, and then you have coins that have condition rarity. Now, absolute rarity would typically be a coin that's very, very low mintage, that is difficult to find in any condition. So, for example, the example I like to give most often is the 1913 Liberty nickel in proof condition. They only minted 5 examples. So even if you own the worst of those 5 examples, it's worth millions and millions of dollars. Another great example that I often cite is the 1916 P Standing Liberty Quarter. They only struck 52,000 of those. So even if you find one that's been cleaned and heavily worn, it's worth a few $1,000s because it has absolute rarity. Now, when it comes to Morgan dollars and Peace dollars, we're usually talking about condition rarity, because Morgans and Peace dollars were actually struck in very high numbers for most dates, and hundreds of millions of them, in fact. I've got a little chart here that Kim is going to show you of the surviving mintages of the Morgan and Peace Dollar series. And if we could just hold that up for a couple minutes while I talk about it. In the Morgan series, there's surviving, they originally struck over 600 million, folks, but they melted over 200 million during the Pittman Act in 1918, so they're left with about 386 million. Peace dollars, they struck about 100 million during the course of the entire series. That's the entire series, 1921 to 1935, all 24 dates, 190 million coins. So it's not like it's difficult to find a Morgan dollar or a Peace dollar. You go to into any coin shop, you can find one. And usually they're heavily circulated because these coins were all, after all, struck for commerce. Virtually all of them are circulated. And this is what this chart is showing you there. When you look at the number of the coins in each series that PCGS and NGC combined have graded in uncirculated condition. Uncirculated would be a coin that grades at least MS60. Anything below 60 is a circulated coin. The highest possible grade is a 70. There aren't any Morgans or peace dollars in 70. In fact, I don't think there are any peace dollars in 69 even. And there's only a few Morgan dollars in 69. So in uncirculated condition, you can see in the Morgan dollar series, PCGS and the NGC combined have graded about 5.7 million coins. That represents only 1.5% of the total population. In the peace dollars, that number is only 0.6%, less than 1% of the total population. So now those coins, those uncirculated coins, are coins that we refer to as having condition rarity, because when you get into the uncirculated grades is when the coins become rare. Now Kim has an example of a circulated peace dollar to show you. And when you get peace dollars, typically when you see them, this is how they look. Over 99% of them are circulated, and they're very common like this. Folks, these kind of peace dollars and Morgan dollars are out there by the bagful. Again, they struck hundreds of millions. Most are circulated. And that's the typical quality. Now, in uncirculated again, you get true rarity. And in fact, this is one of the things I like most about the Morgan and peace dollars in uncirculated condition, because in uncirculated condition, you have real protection against the ups and downs of the silver and gold market. Silver can go up, silver can go down, but through all that, if you've got a numismatic coin in uncirculated condition, like a silver dollar, you've got a lot of protection. I've got a little chart here I put together that shows, for example, it starts in November 2012. Now, I'm a silver bull, but I'll tell you, if I'm going to put my money into something that's silver, it's not going to be a bullion coin. It's going to be a numismatic coin, and it's going to be a coin that's in uncirculated condition. You look there in November 2012, silver was at $32.50 an ounce. The latest spot price is, this sheet is actually a little bit old, where it says $19 an ounce. Right now it's below $18 an ounce. It's had a drop of over 40% in the last couple of years. Now on the other hand, peace dollars, circulated peace dollars, have dropped a lot less than that. If you look at the latest coin dealer newsletter, over that same time period, circulated peace dollars have dropped around 10% in value. So there was some protection there because they had some numismatic value. But it's not until you get into the uncirculated coins where you see, despite that huge drop in silver bullion values, uncirculated peace dollars have actually risen in value about 15% across the range for the entire set, in the face of steeply declining silver values. This is why I like these coins in uncirculated condition. Now, in uncirculated condition, there's a broad range of rarity. When it comes to Morgan and peace dollars, typically when you see uncirculated coins, what you usually see are the most common, easiest to find examples. And it's for the simple reason that it requires a lot less work on the part of the show host to offer these kinds of coins. All it really takes is a call or two to a Morgan or peace dollar coin dealer wholesaler, and voila, they can order 500 or 1,000 uncirculated Morgan or peace dollars and have them shipped express to their door the next day. It's really that easy. And most of you folks know that, because if you've been watching these shows for any length of time, you keep seeing the same coins over and over again. And they talk about them as being rare coins. Well, if they're that rare, then why are they able to show them so often? My goal is to find those brilliant uncirculated Morgan and peace dollars that are not on the easy to find list. Because if you're a collector, that's the point of collecting for most of us. Going back to when I first started, this is one of my earliest Whitman books. This is my Buffalo nickel book, folks. And I was looking for Buffalo nickels out of change. And I wasn't very successful because most of them had their dates worn, and they were, but I had a lot of the more common dates here. But boy, if I could have found some of these dates on the first page here, I mean, the rarest dates, I would have flipped out. I mean, so, and that's what makes collecting so much fun, is when you can get some of the rare dates, which are the most desirable. Now, in the past, I've offered some really cool 5-coin, 6-coin, even 21-coin collections of silver dollars that featured these more difficult dates. Now, when I offer something like this, the only way to help make any sense out of it for you, the viewer, is by showing you the rarity ranking charts I took the time to assemble for the Morgan and Peace dollars. Now, in these charts, the rarity rankings are not organized by mintage totals, because as I have said in every one of my presentations on these coins, minages usually have very little to do with the Morgan or Peace dollars rarity in brilliant, uncirculated condition. You've got some Morgan dollars with very low minages that are relatively available in uncirculated condition, and then you have some Morgan dollars which have very high minages but are very rare in uncirculated condition. Here, for example, let's see, I'll try to do it from my angle if we can show it here. This is the first page where I start with the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition, beginning with the 1881S. And it has a mintage of 12.7 million, and over 200,000 have been graded in uncirculated condition. And we go down the list there, and these are ranked in order of their rarity in uncirculated condition. And on that first page, you end up with the 1900O. And you're already down to just 40,000 coins in all grades of uncirculated. So by the time you get to the 1900O there, you're getting to a pretty scarce coin in uncirculated condition. Now we go to the second page, though. We're getting to a greater and greater degree of condition rarity. The second page is coins total minages of 40,000 to 15,000 in the Morgan series. And again, you can see some coins. Now, in the middle there, you see the 81cc and the 85cc. Tiny minages, only a few couple hundred thousand coins struck. So they're rare in an absolute sense. In terms of their condition rarity, they're rare coins, but they're not on the super rarity list. That's going to come out, we're going to get to that on the next page here. Because on the next page, we're going to coins where there's been under 15,000 to 5,000 graded in all grades of uncirculated. And this is, now we're getting to some coins that are really, really difficult to find in uncirculated. These are, you're getting to coins that we could start calling semi-key dates in the series. Hard to find in uncirculated condition, brilliant uncirculated condition. Now the last page, these are what I call the key dates. Fewer than 5,000, and these are tough. These are really tough. And again, you can see some of them have very high minages. But you have, for example, dates like the 1898S. They minted 4 million, but they've only graded less than 2,000 in uncirculated. It's really rare. Really, we're getting to really rare coins here, folks. And finally, on the last page, we got the rarest of those, the 93S at the very bottom. Now, that is a low mintage coin, and it also happens to be the rarest in uncirculated. The 93S in just MS60 grade is a $100,000 coin. Now, that's the Morgan dollar series. Here's the Peace dollar series. Now, the Peace dollar series, here are all the dates, and you can see the total minages of each of the dates. Beginning with the 21P, just over 1 million. The highest mintage dates are the 22P and the 23P. And the lowest mintage date is the 28P. 360,000. Now, but how do these coins rank in terms of their condition rarity? These are their mintages, but how do they rank in terms of their condition rarity? And here's where I've put together a chart where I've added the condition rarity, and there's some vastly different numbers here. You see some dates where they've graded over a couple 100,000, which with high mintages. But now, I'm going to show you that Morgan chart where I had it divided up by groups. Here's the Morgan, the Peace dollars where they've graded over 40,000 in uncirculated condition, and you could see the most common dates. They have higher mintages, the 23p, 22p. They are the most common to find in uncirculated condition, followed by the 25p and the 24p. Okay? So though, when you find uncirculated Peace dollars, 99% of the time, they're going to be one of these 4 dates. Maybe 99%, figure 97% of the time, okay? Now what about that second group, the coins that have population totals in uncirculated condition between 15,000 and 40,000 in the Peace dollar series? Well, here's the chart for those. There aren't any. So you have the first 4 dates that have populations over 40,000. There aren't any in the 15 to 40 range. So let's skip to the next one. This is the third page here, 5,000 to 15,000. This is the next group. Then here we are getting to, again, this is some where you have the semi-keyed dates, where you have coins with a high degree of condition rarity, beginning with the 21p high relief, 22s over only 5,100 coins. And now the last page, like the last page in the Morgan series, the key dates. These are the toughest. These are the toughest, folks. Now you notice the 28p there at the top. That is the lowest mintage date in the series, but it's not anywhere near the rarest as far as condition rarity on this last page. You've got a lot of coins on that page, higher mintages, but rarer in uncirculated condition. And these, when you're talking about, folks, when you're talking about coins where they've only graded 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 examples in all grades, NGC, MS 60 to 69, all grades, we're talking about some very, very rare coins. Again, versus the most common dates like the 23p, 22p, 81s, where they've graded a few 100,000 examples. And here you're talking about a couple thousand examples. These are the coins I'm interested in. These are the coins I'm interested in acquiring for you and that I'm offering today. Folks, I have 9 brilliant uncirculated silver dollars that I have selected that are absolute winners if you get them now. They're not just rare, but these are very rare key dates in their series that just happen at this point in time to be priced well below silver dollars of comparable rarity. In fact, there are silver dollar dates, folks, of comparable rarity to these 9 coins that individually, some of these other dates are selling for double what I have this entire 9 coin set priced at. I mean, these are so rare, we are able to assemble fewer than 30 sets. So I can't go too much longer in this presentation. We have fewer than 30 sets. This is another one of those presentations. You must understand that once these are gone, I don't know if I'll be able to replace them at this price. I got to tell you, just a brief story. About a month ago, I discovered that many of you actually tape my shows. And I can understand that because you're not able to watch them when I happen to be on, so people tape them. And so what often happens is a viewer who has taped a show and watched it the next day or the day after will see something they really like and call our customer service representative to order it. And our representative would take the order, and I would get a call requesting 2 or 3 more of a particular Morgan or Peace dollar or Franklin set that I had offered a night or two ago. Now, the only problem has been that in several cases, I was no longer able to build one of those sets at the price I originally offered the coins at. Now, we did honor the orders because, I mean, the customer service representative took the order. We honored the orders. I put the sets together, but I did take a loss on the sets because of my higher costs. So, you know, we had a meeting at Rare Collectibles TV, and we discussed this with the customer service people. If we sell out of an item on the night we show it, it may not be possible to offer another set at that price. You have to understand the process, the work it takes assembling these sets like I have today. Jack and I have spent a lot of time, many, many months, getting these coins together for this presentation, to be able to get the best possible coins at the best price possible to give you the greatest opportunity possible. If they were relatively common coins, it would be no problem going out, make some calls, and round the coins up. But when you're talking about true rarities, as these coins are, where we have essentially drained the market of these coins for this presentation today, acquired every choice example we could locate, every choice, brilliant, uncirculated example we could locate. Typically, the only way to coax additional examples out of hiding is by paying more for them, raising our buy price, because the demand at that point is exceeding the supply at the current price levels. Supply and demand is really at its most basic level, and that's what happens. And that's, by the way, why many of our original, very successful Morgan and Peace Dollar presentations and Franklin presentations have been discontinued, because those values are gone. The demand you viewers have created in acquiring these sets is what moves values of these rare coins higher, because they are coins with true condition rarity. Now, I want you to take a look at this chart here. Let's see, which one, where did I put this one? It's the one I want with the Peace dollars in it. Here it is. We started off with the most common Peace dollars. Okay, and you know, we've offered, I have a presentation on these where we offer them by the roll, and they're a great deal. Again, as I showed you, you know, if you like bullion, get some nice BU Peace dollars, and you've got good protection. If silver, these have been going up in value despite the fact that, you know, silver has been going down in value the last few years. So these are the most common dates. You see right there. Okay, this is the second page. There aren't any Peace dollars in that range. Here's the third page. Here you're getting to some really rare coins. This last page, let's see here. Next to last page. Here we go. Here's the one you want to see. Here's the coins in red in this set. What I did was take the three rarest dates, Philadelphia Mint, the three rarest Denver Mint dates, and the three rarest San Francisco Mint dates in terms of condition rarity for this 9-coin set. The exception being the 34S. Why didn't I put the 34S in there? Because the 34S is basically as much as the other 9 coins combined at the price I have this set at. The 34S, if you go shopping around for one, they're around $3,000 and more. Here's one, you know, for a nice choice BU example, $3,055. Here's another one for $3,800. And now, folks, I use eBay a lot. You know, eBay is not a flea market. Some of the most high-profile dealers now are using eBay, and you'll find more nice coins on eBay than you will going to your local coin show. eBay has kind of replaced the coin show when it comes to finding nice coins. In fact, there was a Morgan, not a Morgan dollar, but I saw on eBay, here it is. These are high-profile dealers using eBay now. I mean, it used to be when eBay started years ago at the very beginning, it was kind of a flea market, but you've got dealers now. Here's a piece, take a look at this coin, $1.3 million. That's a legitimate price. If you call this dealer and negotiate with him, don't expect to get it for $900,000 or $1 million. That's a legitimate price. eBay is a serious marketplace for rare coins. It is probably the most, one of the most influential forces in U.S. numismatics today, and that's why I use eBay to show you where these coins are. Now let's take a look at these 9 coins we have for you. Starting with the first one there, Kim? Oh, okay, all right. There you have a 28p. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated. She's going to flip it around and beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated. That's the first coin. That coin is, and then we'll go to the second coin. And again, on our rarity chart, folks, here we'll switch over here real quick. You can see actually the lowest mintage coin. Lowest mintage coin. In terms of condition rarity on this list, it's actually the least rare, but it is very rare. The next coin would be the 27p, which has a higher mintage, but is a little rarer than the 28p in brilliant uncirculated condition. It's a beautiful 27p. That's the second coin. Now, again, the first 3 coins you're going to see are the Philadelphia Mint issues. And the third Philadelphia Mint issue, these are the 3 rarest Philadelphia Mint issues in the piece dollar set in terms of condition rarity. The third one is the 34p. Only 4,600 examples in all grades of uncirculated. There's a beautiful, brilliant, look at the strike on that, all the hair detail. You know, sometimes when you get an MS-60 coin, you'll see a lot of gouges all over the cheek. When you get a coin with so relatively few marks, it's a beautiful coin, and the reverse is equally as spectacular. We'll flip that around. Spectacular coin. That's the third coin. Now we're going to get to the D mints. The first one. And here, folks, only 3,000 graded. All grades of uncirculated. This is really rare. Here's a 26D. 26D. Choice, brilliant, uncirculated. You see the little mint mark to the left of the eagle's tail feather there, below 1. It's very tiny. You can barely see it. It's just it's like a speck there. That's the D mint mark. That's your 26D. Only 3,003 graded, all grades by NGC. The next coin, 23D. Less than 3,000. 2,975 coins. Coin number 6. And then the third D mint, the rarest of all the D mints, 27D. Only 2,552 examples in all grades of uncirculated, 27D. Beautiful example. And then we get to our 3 S mints. 27S, only 3,100 coins. Now, it's hard to believe. You add the total number of these graded, I didn't add these up, but there's your 27S. That's a nice example, a nice strike. S mints had a huge problem with strike. This is a really well-struck example. Beautiful luster. You know, all 9 of these, you add up the total number graded, it comes to about 30,000 coins. All 9 combined. That's how rare this group is. This is a phenomenal group. And what I like about it is that the prices that I have it at are just offer you incredible, incredible opportunity. And then the 35S. 2,709 coins. Now again, I showed you the 34S. It's a $3,000 coin. Now here's what I really love about this set. At the price I have it. because when we're talking about some of the key dates in the Morgan Dollar series, in uncirculated, just nice, brilliant uncirculated. Here's an 1895-0. You want one of those in just brilliant, not a gem, just a nice, brilliant uncirculated MS61. It's a $35,000 coin. Okay, now that was in 2005. Well, it's a really rare coin. That may be the last time one was on the market in MS61 in auction. Here's a 92S, another rare date. This was an MS62. 48,000. Now here's a date with in the same rarity range. They've rated around 3,000 in uncirculated condition. 79cc. Okay, they've graded around 3,000 in uncirculated condition. NGC has, where we have a lot of these peace dollars are 3,000 coins graded or less. We have some here with pops at 2,500, 2,700 that are actually rarer than the 1879cc in uncirculated condition. Here's a top-rated seller. This is an AU53, folks. This is a circulated coin for $2,900. Here, if you want one uncirculated, not gem, just a nice uncirculated, it's $7,000. Okay? 7,000. This is why I was saying at the beginning that we have 9 coins here that have incredible rarity, with a lot of them rarer than coin that for the entire 9-coin set is less than half the price of some Morgan dollars. And that 79cc is an excellent example. Let me get to the price of this set. Okay, we've gone this far. This is what's so exciting. You've got these coins with incredible rarity. This is one of those deals, folks. Again, once we get cleaned out of these, replacing them at this price, this is by no means any kind of a guarantee. There's a lot of shows, coin shows, that they make tape presentations, and they've been running the same tape presentations now for 3-4 years. Generally, the tape presentations that we started doing a few months back, there's very few that we can still continue to run. A lot of them we've had to discontinue because when we're dealing in coins of rarity, a show like this is a big megaphone. And when we have people calling in and ordering all these in one day, you have a huge impact on the market. And you have a huge impact when you get one of these sets because they are so difficult. There are so few of these. Here you go. You've got coins. You'd think these coins would be about $5,000 each, and that would be $45,000 set at that point. Folks, we've got the entire set. It's not $45,000 or $35,000 or $25,000. I wanted to be able to do this for under $5,000. I figured, boy, if a 79cc that has the same rarity as 5 or 6 of these dates is $6,000, $7,000. If I could offer all 9 coins for under $5,000, that would be a great opportunity. Now, at some point, these 9 coins you're looking at will be $50,000 or more. But today, as Jack and I were able to acquire these coins and put these sets together for you, we've got them today for $3,295 for the entire 9-coin set. Now that set will also come in a beautiful custom holder. Kim, if you could show them that. We really are leaning towards this custom holder because of the fact that it is so good for display purposes. It doesn't scratch up like a capital holder. The coins don't rattle around. Our viewers love it. And to make this deal even better, we're offering this 9-coin set on our 2-payment option. If you would prefer, you can put down $1,647.50 today, and we'll put a set aside for you in our vault. And then in 30 days, you pay the balance of $1,647.50, and the set's yours. But there's one last thing. We've got people calling in already on this. There's one last thing I got to talk about. This is really important. Really important. About a few days ago, I was working on a deal of the key date peace dollar, the 1934S. There was a dealer who had a half roll of these, 10 coins. 10 coins, 10, a half roll of 1934S's. I don't think a complete roll in BU condition exists. What he had was represented a hoard of 34S's when you got 10 coins. I bought the deal. They're being delivered to me, folks. I got a very good price on it. A while back, I made a statement on another presentation. One of the things I really loved about the Peace Dollar series is that you can complete a set, an entire set, for less than half the price of the rare estate Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition. The rare estate Morgan dollar in an uncirculated condition is 93S. Here's an MS60. A 93S and just MS60 is a $100,000 coin. So I made the statement that you could complete one of these sets, all 24 coins, for less than half that price, less than $50,000. Well, we're able to do this, folks. In acquiring this Key Date 34S, we will be able to assemble 10 sets. The 34S is the toughie. We'll be able to assemble 10 sets. We've got people calling in for this 9-coin set right now for $32.95. But this is an opportunity. If you want to assemble the entire set, I mean, this to me is an opportunity of a lifetime. An entire set of U.S. silver dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition. Now, you can find these in circulated condition all over the place. They're a couple $1,000s. They're not rare like that. To get it like this, you've got something special. This is the kind of set, complete, that has the potential to be worth $100,000 and more. We're going to be able to assemble 10 of these sets. Get online if you want to get one of these sets at this price, because it's not going to be $50,000 or $35,000 or $25,000.'re going to be able to do it with the great deal I got on these 34S's. We're going to be able to assemble 10 sets for $9,900. $9,900 for a complete set, all 24 coins of the Peace Dollars. We have the 9-coin Key Date set here for $32.95, the entire 24-coin set for $9,900. And we have the 2-payment option on the complete set of 24. Half down today and half due in 30 days, and you can have a great set that you will be proud to own. Every date and mint mark for 2 payments of only $4,950. This is something this is a dream for me, to be able to offer these kinds of silver dollars with this kind of rarity at these kinds of prices. This is just, if you're a collector, if you love silver dollars, this is an opportunity I really would encourage you to take advantage of. I mean, it's going to be a small window of opportunity, folks, where you're going to be able to own a complete set of these for under $10,000. I would not be surprised if a year or 2 or 3 from now, the entire set would be around $20,000, $25,000 because of the rarity of all these key dates. We just have one person ordering one of the complete set for $9,900. We've already sold, it looks like 7 or 8 of the 9-coin sets. Another looks like, another one sold at 9. Okay, we already have 2 sets reserved of the complete sets. Call in for these. What's going to happen is, as with all our offerings, it should be noted for any of you folks who are new to my show, when we take your order, you are not charged until we have the set complete, packaged, and ready to ship out the door. Once it's ready to ship out the door, only then will you be charged for the set. So if it takes us, I'm expecting the coins in about 5 days. It'll take us a day to put the rest of the set together. So it'd probably be about a week before we're able to put it together for you. Also, the case that the complete set is coming in. Kim, if you could show them this special custom case we have, it's the other one actually, because this one is so big, it requires 2 shelves. Looks like we have another one, another complete set sold, 2 more sold of the 9-coin sets. This is really, this is what is, and that's the first tray there in the tray, and it's so great to display because you could just pull 1 coin out at a time for yourself or to share with your friends. We decided to use these instead of the capital holders, because the capital holders, they scratch up easily, and once you get these large capital holders, they're easy to scratch, which kind of ruins the presentation of the value of the coins, number one. Number two, in the capital holders, the coins have a tendency to kind of clank around and rotate in the holder. So when you're turning the holder around and you hear the coins clanking inside the holder, you don't have these when they're in these airtight holders in these trays. It's an ideal presentation box to preserve your collection. So that's what we're going to for these nicer sets. As long as we can get these nice custom boxes from the supplier, we hope they keep making them, because this is really the way to go for the really nice custom sets we're offering. And for the 9-coin set, Kim is going to show you, and this is what the 9-coin set will come in. And your 9 coins they'll be in the 3 center rows like that. And you can see there. And as you want to fill your collection, you could just add them in there. It's really a beautiful deluxe carrying case. And this is part of the package. $3,295. If you've just tuned in, I've got the 9 rarest dates by Mint in the Peace Dollar series. $3,295. That's barely over $300 a coin. The rarest, with the exception of the 34S at the very bottom there. Why didn't I include the 34S? Because the 34S by itself is a $3,000, $4,000 coin in brilliant uncirculated condition. These 9, I've got all 9 for only $3,295. This 9-coin set has so much upside potential, folks. If you've been buying bullion coins and you want to, look, if you like bullion coins, that's great. We offer bullion coins here. We offer bullion coins at the best prices. Jack's going to have some bullion coin specials for you, where if you bought bullion coins from anyone else, Jack's going to have better prices on those. Bullion coins, you should not have to pay 30–40% premium on bullion coins. But my recommendation is to go with numismatic coins, especially when you can find them at these kinds of price levels, because you get the bullion, but much more importantly, you have coins with extraordinary condition rarity. And that means there is a finite quantity. And the rarer the coins, the more finite that quantity is. Again, putting these sets together, we essentially drain the market of most of the rare dates to put these sets together for you people. And we've got a lot of people calling in on these. So I'm only going to give this a couple minutes longer, because this is something we do not want to back order. Again, this is not an item we want to back order, because if Jack has to go out and try and make more of these sets, like we've done in the past, where we've had to discontinue presentations because the costs, the values have gone up because of the coins we pulled off the market that were sold to you folks, the sets could be a lot more expensive. And we're locking you in when you order at $3,295. Another complete set, though, looks like is being reserved for another caller. That's a Mr. T. Same initial, Mr. T in Iowa. Thank you, sir. Mr. T has reserved this set. We will have that shipped out to you probably in about a week as those 34S's I just purchased arrive in our facility. It was so exciting to be able to acquire that half roll of this rarest Peace Dollar date in brilliant uncirculated condition. A half roll, 10 brilliant uncirculated examples. So we're putting together 10 sets for people. We're selling a lot of the 9-coin sets. We've got several of the 10-coin sets sold already. This is one of those presentations that I was thinking about for a long, long time. When I was at the old show, this was in my head as a dream presentation. And I was thinking to myself when I was at the old show, at the old station, boy, if I ever get my own show, this is one of the key items I want to offer on my show, because I know how good it is and how good it is for you. And then we were finally able to get the coins together, and we're finally able to do it. So this is something I am really happy to be able to do for you. I need to mention one more thing. One last thing. I talk about the use of a halogen light and how important it is. You know, the fellas I buy proof coins from, before he offers me any proof coins, he takes all the proof coins that he's got to sell. He goes into he's got this room, dark room. There's no light coming in. There are no lights on in the ceiling. The only light on is the light of his halogen. If you could bring that over to me now. And he studies every one of his coins under this halogen light to find out the quality of the coin. If you're new to collecting, this is the most important tool you can have. And if you're ever going to buy ungraded coins, this is the tool you want to have to study the coins. You have to go in a dark room. If you go to any of the grading services, the room is dark in the grading room. And each grader is in his own cubicle, and the only light they have is this halogen light. And I know other shows are making fun of it, but this is about, you remember that Kim saw and she's laughing. They were making fun of the fact that I have a halogen light on and talk to you people about a halogen light. And I'm thinking, well, this is not about me and it's not about them. This is about you folks watching and for all our new viewers. This is important information. You know, if you're interested in collecting and want to learn about how to grade coins, you need one of these. Now, it's my, you know, about a week ago, one of my good customers called me and said, you know, Rick, this fella, I've known him for over 20 years, and he watches all the shows. And he said, you know, do any of them know that you belong to the PNG, the Professional Numismatist Guild? I said, well, no, I really haven't talked about it. He said, you know, well, you know, you should mention that, you know. And you know, I said, well, you know, that's a good point. Here's what I brought along. And the Professional Numismatist Guild, folks, is the most important organization a dealer can belong to. Now, a collector can belong to this as well, but you can't be a full member. Full members are reserved for dealers like myself. And you notice those three words there: knowledge, integrity, and responsibility. There's only 320 some of us, I think it's 324 members in the entire country who belong to the PNG. And we take those three words really seriously. And that's why I like to talk about things like this, why I like to show you pictures of finest known coins, why I like to give you all this information, because the knowledge isn't just for myself. The knowledge is to share with you. And because there's nothing that I do standing up here that's magical. It's come through a lot of hard work and a lot of study, and all I'm doing is sharing my experience with you when I give these presentations. That's what the PNG is all about, and that's why I'm a member. I believe I may be the only member on Coin TV who's a PNG member. I could be wrong about that, but it's very important. So just to recap, the 9-coin set, folks, are those dates you see highlighted in red, beginning with the 28P, the 27P, the 34P, the 3 rarest Philadelphia mints. And then you get the 27S, 26D, 23D, 24S, 35S, and 27D. Those are the 3 rarest Denver mints. And the only rare S mint is the 34S, which is not part of the 9-coin set because that coin by itself is a 3,000 plus coin. So the 9-coin set is highlighted in red. And that set is $32.95. If you want the entire set, every date and mint mark struck in the Peace Dollar series. The first date in the series is the 21P. Second date is the 22P DNS, 23P DNS. You're getting every single one of these dates, the entire set, 24 coins that was ever struck of the United States Peace Dollar is in this set in brilliant, uncirculated condition while we're able to do it for $9,900. Just an amazing opportunity today. So please take advantage of this if you're able to. This is just one of those that, again, I've dreamt about for years, and to finally be able to offer this is, as a coin show host, a dream come true for me. So anyhow, I'm going to wrap this up because this is not something we want to oversell. We have sold in the meantime a couple more of the complete sets and several more of the 9-coin sets. And Jack's kind of waving to me saying, hey, we better cut it around here. We do not want to oversell and backorder this item. Thank you for listening to this presentation. I really do hope you take advantage of one of these sets. This is just a great, great opportunity to all own some of the rarest silver dollars for so relatively little. It really is a tremendous opportunity, folks, to own coins that are on the irreplaceable list and to own the complete set for only $9,900. I mean, really. 5-10 years from now, you'll be looking back and saying, if you do get one of these sets, you'll be looking back and saying, I'm really glad I took advantage of that opportunity. On the other hand, if you don't get it, but you can afford it, and you don't get it, 5-10 years from now, you'll be looking back and saying, you know, I probably should have gotten one of those. Anyhow, thank you for watching from Kim and I. Please stay tuned for our next presentation. It's been a thrill to offer you something as special as these sensational, rare, key date peace dollars.
Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. Listen, we only have about 25 minutes for this presentation. And I want to tell you, this is one of the most exciting presentations. This is not just verbiage, ladies and gentlemen. This is a true rare key date in the American Eagle series, in the Silver American Eagle series. And there's so much information that we're going to get right to it. First off, I don't want to waste any time here. We have the largest cachet of one of the rarest silver eagles. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually the second rarest regular production business strike silver eagle the U.S. Mint has ever issued. And this series has been going strong since 1986. And every one of these coins are PCGS graded, first day of issue, special green Philadelphia label, Mint State 70, and for those of you who are not collectors of coins and just stumbled upon this presentation, this is the highest grade a coin can achieve. MS70, the 70, refers to an absolute perfect condition coin, flawless. They are also part of a very exclusive club, if you will, the emergency issue. And we're going to get into that in a second and tell you all about it. But I want you all to know this is an incredible opportunity that somewhat just fell out of the sky. We have a really big quantity of these coins, and there aren't even 500 coins available. And that is considered the largest cachet anywhere. And I have done my homework. So let's get to it. First off, 2020 from Philadelphia is the date of this coin. In 2020, the U.S. Mint announced that there would no longer be struck the heraldic eagle reverse from the Great Silver Eagle. This reverse was designed by the 12th chief engraver, John Mercanti. This is a coin that has been annually issued since 1986. It's more than a coin. It's an American silver dollar, authorized in 1985 with Ronald Reagan's signing of the Liberty Coin Act. And the striking began in 1986. The first year was 1986 of what would become America's most popular and longest running silver dollar series. Business strikes and proofs were struck in 1986 and continuously struck annually every year, with the exception of 2009 for the proofs. Now let's talk about emergency production. I want to bring it home in a big way to get everybody to understand what emergency production is. And to do that, we're going to go back to World War II. In World War II, the Mint had emergency production of two coins. The Jefferson nickel, this began in 1942. And the Jefferson nickels, being made of nickel, the nickel was so vital to the war effort that the nickel was removed from the coin. And to recognize an emergency production Jefferson nickel, and these were minted between 1942 and 1945, all you had to do was look for the big, gigantic mint mark above the dome of Monticello. That indicated emergency production, World War II production of the Jefferson nickel of silver. And that was only for 1942 to 1945. There was another key component to the war effort in World War II, and that was copper. And in 1943, the U.S. Mint issued the steel cent, emergency production. Now, prior to the steel cent, all the cents were made of copper, so it was pretty easy to distinguish the emergency production. Well, the last year or so have been really tough for the whole entire world, and every place has been shut down, and that included the United States minting facilities. And so, to adhere to the law of the production of these coins every year for the business strikes, Philadelphia was enlisted to assist in the production of American Silver Eagle dollars, and thus the label emergency issue. So let's just take a quick look at what's going on with American Silver Eagles as business strikes, because this is what we're talking about. And a lot of us know these as the regular issue. Now, these are the coins that are struck every year. These are the coins that are struck in great abundance. But during these times, 2020 was the beginning of this emergency production. And during this time, look at what's happened. Now, first, I want to really show you why this is so important to collectors by giving you an idea of the mintages from the beginning of the program in 1986 all the way up to the present time for business struck coins. Now, when you have this many millions of coins struck, collectors are going to be buying these coins up like crazy and having them graded in the ultimate highest grades, much like we do with Morgan dollars today, much like we've always done with silver dollars. Now, the Silver Eagle dollar is the largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint has ever struck, larger than a Morgan dollar, more silver, more diameter. They have become the most popular silver dollar in the United States of America and virtually in the world today. Now, take a good look at the second page of this table. As you can see, the mintages. Now, something takes place at the very bottom of this page that is very important to note. And you can see the emergency production. San Francisco for 2020, 1 million coins. Very low mintage. For 2020 from Philadelphia, only 240,000 coins were struck. Documented, struck coins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this makes this coin the second rarest date of a regularly struck Silver Eagle or a business strike the Mint has ever issued. 240,000 coins is a lower mintage than almost every one of the proofs that are issued, which are for the collector, or the burnished dies, or the reverse proofs, or the enhanced uncirculated, or any one of those coins that you can think about. This is a true rarity that was born of all the recent trials and tribulations that the entire world has gone through. Now, this table refers to the seldom occurring instances of absolute perfect coins being graded by PCGS. In business strikes, of the 534 million coins that have been issued in the series from 1986 to date, not even 1/3 of 1% of all of those coins will grade a perfect mint state 70. Now, when we look at the proofs of the 27 million that have been struck, 1.6%, and that's a really low total. It's next to nothing. The burnished die, 3.7 million issued since 2006, and only 4.5% will grade a perfect 70 grade. So when we look at the three options that are available, the three surfaces, the three different strikes, these regular issue, the business strike coins, occur in a perfect mint state 70 grade the least often of all of them, the hardest to get, the rarest of them all. This coin right here. Now, not only do we have one of the largest caches you will ever find, and I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this coin is completely sold out everywhere you go. We have 500. It's absolutely the most amazing deal you're ever going to find, because not only do we have these coins in the first day of issue, not only do we have the Philadelphia emergency issue label with a bona fide mintage of 240,000. Think of that, ladies and gentlemen. That is some rarefied low mintage territory. We have an unbelievable price, and I'm going to tell you that in a second. But I want to get to some real important stuff here. Since 2011, the Treasury Department has been keeping track of where these silver eagles are struck. Now, there's only one way that you can do it. When you get a monster box from the U.S. Mint, it's green in color, it's banded, it has a seal. Now, you cannot open this box without it being evident that it was open. And the amazing part about it is since 2011, inside each and every one of these boxes is documentation from the U.S. Mint, from the U.S. Treasury, on where those coins were struck. There's 500 in each box. So we know by doing a lot of research that only 240,000 of these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Philadelphia was enlisted to augment West Point production, where the coins are usually struck. But the crazy thing is that next to the 2015, which was not emergency production, it was augmented production, next to that 79,000 mintage, the 2020 from Philadelphia is the lowest of them all. And I want to show you why that is so important. Here is a 2015 from Philadelphia in a perfect mint state 70 grade. That coin is not a first day of issue, but that coin is a mint state 70. And the selling price of that coin is almost $4,000. That coin is a really tough coin to get. And when you can get your hands on one of them, it's going to cost you almost $4,000. Ladies and gentlemen, for 2020, the Mint surprised everybody and struck a coin in Philadelphia with a bona fide documented mintage of only 240,000, making it the second rarest business struck silver eagle ever since 1986. And here's why it's so important. Here's one right here in a mint state 70 grade, a 2020 at $1,680, $1,680. And I got to tell you, when I look at other silver dollars, when I look at other silver eagles, this coin at $1,680 has a fantastic future. And I can see why that's the asking price. Here's one for $1,150, graded by NGC, $1,150. Again, with a mintage as low as 240,000 for the entire mintage. Forget the 70s. That coin at $1,150 is a must buy. Here's the steal of the century right here, $1,000 for a 2020 in a mint state 70 emergency production from Philadelphia. Look at that, $1,000. If you missed that coin, wow, that was, I mean, you had to pay $1,680 or you had to pay $1,150, but to steal one at $1,000, wow, what a leg up. Well, look at this. Whoever got that coin got really lucky because they got that coin for a little bit under $800, $795. Wow. Folks, I'm standing here right now to tell you there's nobody in the United States of America who has this treasure trove right here of the second rarest silver eagle. But I want to tell you, this coin's not $2,000 or $2,500. I mean, a 2015 in a 70 grade was almost $4,000. This one should be $2,000 any day of the week. It's not. Until they are all gone, and that's only going to be a couple of minutes from now. You have the opportunity to put these away forever. And I can tell you, if you get 1, if you get 5, or you get 10, you are never going to let these out of your sight. One coin, ladies and gentlemen, right now, and you saw $795, you mark my words. Everybody who's not watching this presentation right now is going to wish that they had stepped up for that $795, or that $1,000, or that $1,150, or even that $1,680. Why? Because they may not be watching this show right now, but if you are, you can score this coin for $379. And that's for one coin, ladies and gentlemen, $379. First day of issue, highest grade attainable, a perfect condition, mint state 70, $379. Here's the deal for 5 coins. $1,875. You can split that into 2 equal payments of $937.50. That's $375 a coin. $375. This is the ultimate right here. And by the way, look at the quality of the coins. Not only are they the ultimate, they have absolutely the highest luster, strike, crispness, pedigree. Everything about this coin is top flight. $375 if you buy 5. Now the price drops all the way to $369 a coin when you buy 10. $3,690, and you can split that payment into 2 equal payments of $1,845. Now, this is the biggest news ever. And I'll tell you, nobody expected this. For 2021, there was also emergency production. But this first year right here, the 220, caught everybody by surprise. And of course, the whole world, including the U.S. Treasury, including the mints, was right in the middle of a shutdown, a slowdown, where hardly any personnel were at the minting facilities. And that is why the government had to turn to Philadelphia to augment production. But right in the middle, it got cut off at the pass, and only 240,000 coins were minted. Ladies and gentlemen, the proof coins are minted with tiny, minuscule mintages, but they can't touch this 240,000 mintage. The first year of the American Silver Eagle in a business strike, there were over 5 million coins produced. The second year, over 11 million. As the years went by and the coin gained popularity, millions and millions of these coins were issued. This is the only time that Philadelphia was enlisted in an emergency situation in 2020 to fulfill the law, which was to strike these silver dollars during the year of 2020, mandated by the Liberty Coin Act, signed by Ronald Reagan in 1985, which authorized the Treasury to begin striking a new United States silver dollar. This is the ultimate, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for our purposes right now, we're going to describe this coin as the regular issue. Much like the Morgan dollar was the regular issue of the silver dollar, and the proof Morgans were the collector's version or the special issue. So these business strikes, these regular issue, are struck annually. Every year they are struck. They have never missed a year. And we know since 2011 that San Francisco, Philadelphia, had to step in to augment production of these coins to make sure that the law was followed, to get enough of these coins out there to fulfill demand. But nobody could foresee what was going to happen with the shutdowns. So this coin, I can guarantee you that Philadelphia did not intend to strike just 240,000 of these coins. No way. This is an anomaly. This is a silver lining, if you will. With all of the hardship, with all of the tragedy, with everything that had been going on, there sometimes is a silver lining. And this is the one, and how ironic that this is a silver coin, because the result of all of that slowdown and shutdown was a mintage of 240,000 coins. Now, here's the greatest part of all. First day of issue, certified, documented as being part of one of the smallest issues the Mint has ever struck for a Silver Eagle of any kind. But this one in Mint State, it is second only to the 2015, and that coin, as you could see one, in the identical label for almost $4,000. Now, one of the reasons why we are offering a single coin for $379 is because we scored on this deal. We got them so right that we can beat even that price of $795, which is the craziest lowest price I've ever seen. These coins are here on the set, are here in our vault. No delays, no coming from the grading service, no maybe you're going to get one. These are an absolute lock. $379 for a single coin. 5 coins, the price drops to $375 each for a total of $1,875. You can split that up into 2 equal payments of $937.50. And the reason why we split them up, ladies and gentlemen, is so it makes it easier for collectors to say, I'm going to grab that quantity deal of 5 coins, and it's going to be easier for me to pay it off. And ladies and gentlemen, that is also true for the gigantic quantity of 10. Because to own 10 of these silver dollars, to put these away, one of the greatest rarities in the highest grade, first day of issue, PCGS graded, special Philadelphia label, a great price, and the quality is second to none. For $369 each, 10 coins for $3,690. Split that into 2 payments of $1,845. Man, this is the greatest deal in Silver Eagles. It has everything. It has the highest grade. It has that exclusive label. It has first day of issue. It has the emergency production, emergency issue, something that rarely happens ever in any mint, anywhere in the world. You could count the amount of times on one hand that the United States had to really call out the troops, in a way, to augment production. The first time was during World War II in the 1940s, when the nickel and the Jefferson nickel had to be removed. It was vital to the war effort. It was replaced with silver, emergency production. Again, in 1943, copper was a vital metal for the war effort. So the copper had to be removed from the cents. It was substituted with steel and zinc. Ladies and gentlemen, it's happened a couple of times, but it has never, ever happened with the American Silver Eagle. And what you get with this coin is a complete anomaly, something that will never happen again. An issue that was mandated by law to be struck. And as a result of that, one of the smallest quantities ever at 240,000. You guys got to take a look. You see all these coins we have right here. Right now, I can guarantee you that a third to half of the quantity here is gone. The way the phones are ringing. This deal right here came out of the blue like a bolt lightning. Every single one of these coins is a Mint State 70. I don't even think that you could go out and find 10 coins anywhere right now, even if you were willing to spend $1,680 or $1,150 or $1,000, or how about $795? That was a PCGS graded coin as well. But to be able to land that very same coin, same emergency issue, same Mint State 70, we're a little different because we're first day of issue with that special Philadelphia label. You never, ever get an opportunity to see it for $379. And I just want to read you a little article that came out in one of the coin publications recently. And the title says it all. A new modern rarity, 2020, Philadelphia struck American Silver Eagles. An unexpected rarity has emerged as a result of the impact of all the trouble we've been having. I'm kind of paraphrasing here. The United States Mint flagship silver dollar, the coin you're looking at right there, the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, most production, we all know, is done at West Point, and sometimes at San Francisco, and occasionally at Philadelphia as well. But this time, ladies and gentlemen, requested and demanded of the U.S. Congress that the sister mints, if you will, help out with the West Point Mint in striking America's preeminent silver dollar, the coin you are looking at right now. Now, no matter which way you look at this coin, there is only one coin with a smaller mintage than this coin. That's the 2015. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of collectors going to be calling up and saying, can you get me a 2015? And if that's your desire, I don't think I can. But I can tell you right now that you can get the second rarest issue in the entire series. Folks, I don't think this is ever going to happen again. It's never happened up until this time. The times that we're living through right now, I don't think will ever be repeated. It's a complete rarity, maybe once in a century. You don't have to wait that long. Right now, $379. Now, let me just say this. In your wildest dreams, would you have ever thought that you could get an American silver dollar in the absolute highest grade that any coin can be graded in, a Mint State 70? That's indicative of absolute perfection. In your wildest dreams, would you ever have thought that you could get the ultimate silver dollar at a price that was less than half of what any one of our competitors can do it for? And let me say this. If you are one of the lucky 500 people, because that's all there is of these coins, there's not going to be 501. There's only 500. There's no place to go out and get this coin anywhere. I couldn't find them if I tried, no matter how much money I offered. We have great buyers at this company, and we prove it every time we go on the air with a great silver dollar like this. And here's the ultimate proof. One coin, $379. 5 coins, ladies and gentlemen, the price drops to $375 each. 10 coins, the price drops to $369 each. And every single one of these coins is one of the greatest ones I've ever seen struck. And let's just take a moment to take a look at the surfaces of these coins, and you'll see what I mean. No spots, no dots, no contact marks, absolute nothing, but the absolute purest form of silver in the highest grade a silver dollar can achieve from one of the greatest grading services in a first day of issue, a true rarity that came out of left field. Nobody saw this one coming. Hardly anybody will get an opportunity to own these. They sold out in a minute. There are none in the marketplace, and if you are lucky enough to find them, well, you're at $795 if you're really lucky, or you're at $1,000 or $1,150 or even $1,680, but nowhere at $379 or lower. The story of this coin is once in a century, once in a lifetime. I doubt it will ever be repeated. But right now, I got to close this out. Guys, this is a silver dollar for the ages. This is the lowest mintage next to the 2015. This is the first emergency issue the U.S. Mint has done since World War II. This is the first time this was ever done for an American Silver Eagle. And to cap it all off, the reverse that you see on that coin, this is one of the very last times that reverse, that heraldic eagle reverse, will be used on an American Silver Eagle dollar. Shortly, the Mint will be retiring that reverse, and a new one will take its place. And let's get into a little conversation. I know I'm supposed to wrap this up, but I want to let you know, we have thousands and thousands of collectors who buy collections of Mint State Silver Eagles from 1986 to the present time. This is a coin that belongs in that collection, and I can guarantee you that every one of those collectors who are putting together the date run, this is a must coin, but it's nowhere to be found. And with a mintage so low, it's likely never to be found. When you own this coin, you own one of the rarest silver dollars and the most popular silver dollar, even more popular, are you ready, than a Morgan dollar. I never thought I would say that in a million years. This is the it coin. Everybody wants it. Hardly anybody's going to get this particular rarity. And I hope you're going to be one of the ones who do. So again, ladies and gentlemen, $379 for one coin. $375 each for a single coin when you buy 5 at a time. And we have a quantity of 10 that we're offering for $369 per coin, $3,690. We're splitting the payments up on the 5-coin option and the 10-coin. Whichever way you go, you're getting the ultimate in rare silver dollars in the highest grade. All right, it's time for me to go now. I wish I could stay all day long. I hope I didn't leave anything out. Rest assured, you are getting true rarity at a price. It's crazy. It really is. This is absolute craziness. $379. Amazing. Get 1, get 5, get 10. Get in on it. I'll see you guys real soon. Thanks for watching. The rarest proof gold eagle, it's also the last one you have ever had the opportunity to get. 2021 is a special year for numismatics everywhere, but this is the league leader right here. Take a look. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, Type 1. First of all, we all know the story. Everything is being retired. The silver eagles, well, little known to everybody, is the same thing is happening to the United States gold eagle, the granddaddy, that coin that contains that original St. Gaudens design on its obverse, giving you the opportunity to get a proof St. Gaudens design in the ultimate grade. A perfect proof 70 deep cameo. This is a very special issue that this has been building up since the beginning of this series in 1986 to this event right now. The last of these coins. That's it right there. The reverse that you are looking at, which has been on that coin since 1986, which has a great backstory as well, is being retired. Every single year that there has been a proof gold eagle issued, any gold eagle for that matter, it has contained that reverse. No more. 2021, it is being retired. Midway through this year, there will be a Type 2 design coming out. To make that even more exciting, listen to what the Mint has done, ladies and gentlemen. They have put the most minuscule cap on this mintage that you have ever seen. As a single coin entity with an amazing pedigree, this coin had a maximum mintage. Are you ready? Not 45,000, not 30,000, not 20,000. All those would be really, really low mintages. You'd be running to the phone right now. But a 4,500 limit, 4,500 coins. Now, we have a few of these coins in the ultimate grade. They have been PCGS graded. Each one is a proof 70 deep cameo. And if you're not a coin collector, if you've just stopped on this channel just by luck, it is your lucky day. This is the highest grade attainable for a gold coin or any coin. The grade of proof 70, the grade with a number in it, any grade, mint, state, or proof, with a 70 after it, indicates a perfect condition coin. And the DCAM stands for deep cameo. And let me tell you, deep cameo is very easy to describe. All you have to do is look at the image of that coin, and what you see in the background appears like a very, very dark black mirror. And the foreground, that design of Liberty striding forward, is all satin. That's the cameo. In fact, in this case, deep cameo on both sides of the coin. The ultimate designation. Not cameo, deep cameo. The excitement is building within myself. I have seen this coin before, and I am so excited about it. Now, let's get right to it. It's got a great story to it. Before I do, I've got pages and pages of mintage figures. Seriously, I must have 20 pages here. I'll tell you, to summarize all of these pages, you get to the very last page, and you will find this coin that we're featuring as the lowest mintage of all these examples. So now the program began in 1986. You may have heard of the Liberty Coin Act signed into law by Ronald Reagan. in 1985. It's very famous for the Silver Eagle dollars. But within that act was the authorization also for the U.S. Mint to strike gold. And the Gold Eagle was born that day as well. And striking began in 1986, just like the Silver Eagle. James Baker, who was Secretary of the Treasury at the time, made a bold leap. He chose for the obverse design of this coin something that was instantaneously recognizable all over the world. The ultimate design of Augustus St. Gaudens Renaissance coin, the $20 gold double eagle. Now, this coin has been viewed all over the world and agreed upon by collectors, numismatists, pretty much everybody, to be the most strikingly beautiful example of a United States gold coin ever issued. Something else happened along the way as well. The reverse was chosen from a sculpture that was done by an artist by the name, her name at the time was Miley Buziak. Her name now, her married name, Miley Frost. And there's a real great backstory to the reverse right there, which I'm going to tell you. But before we do, you got to get on the phone for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you the end of my table of pages and pages of United States gold coins, proof gold eagles in all the denominations. Where this coin falls, this single entity, $50 gold proof, issued by the United States at West Point. Now, this last page is the end of the list, and at the very bottom of this list is the 2021 Type 1, the last coin ever, with the maximum mintage of 4,500. And as it turned out, the mintage came in a little bit lower than that, 4,422 coins. Now, nobody's going to get this coin, except for those of you watching this show right now. I'm already seeing newspaper articles, not just coin articles, but newspaper articles about this coin. The ultimate example of the last one ever issued ends up having the smallest mintage. And its time was so limited to be offered that, well, you can imagine with less than 4,500 coins struck, how many people are not going to be able to get the coin. But if you're watching Rare Collectibles TV right now, it really is an amazing stroke of the ultimate sense of timing is everything. I want to get right into some comparison pricing because a couple of the coins that you'll see on this table right here that are not as low as the coin we're featuring, I have prices for those right here. And I want to start with, there's some darn low mintages there too. Look at the 2018 with a mintage of 9,961. And I found one, also a PCGS graded coin, also first day of issue, by the way, ours are as well. And also a perfect graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo. So basically it's the identical design, the identical size, a different date, but same grade, the ultimate grade. $19,000. You won't find many of those, folks, because there were not many. Let's take a look at the mintage of the 2017. 12,723. Look at that. First day of issue, $18,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I got to stop everything here because I was going to wait a little bit to price this coin, but I can already hear the bedlam taking place with the phone operators. We're offering this coin not for $20,000. It's got a lower mintage, or 25 or even 30. And believe me, I think we would sell every one we have at that price quite easily. It's truly a rarity among rarities. But we're offering this coin at less than $5,000, $4,995. If you want to own one of these coins, I can help you do it. Give us a call right now. You can lock up this coin immediately. Your name is going to be put on one of the coins on the display here. These are the coins that customers are buying right now. These are the coins. This is all we have. Everybody out there with the phones ringing like crazy are trying to get one of these coins. $4,995. And what I'm saying is right now, you can lock in one of these coins for $2,497.50. And you can wait a whole month. And then you can pay the other payment of $2,497.50, and that coin will be sent to you. You're going to guarantee yourself you're going to get the lowest mintage on the single coin standalone entity of the rarest of the Gold Eagles and the last type 1, the last one with the Buziak reverse that is going away. It's being retired. Now, everybody knows that the reverse on the Silver Eagle is going away. Not that many people know that this one is going away. It's gone. That's the last one. From now on, any further issues of that coin will be the Type 2s. So needless to say, if you're collecting by set, you're going to need this coin. If you want the rarest one by, the mintage of 4,500, you want this coin. If you want a price that is just, it's mind-boggling, it's shocking, it's amazing. I got to commend it to the buyers at this company. I got to commend Jack. I really do. And I got to give a shout out to Rick as well, because these two guys battled for months ahead of time to get a leg up on these coins, to bring these coins to the network, and to bring them at a price you're never going to see again. This is the ultimate coin at the ultimate grade with the ultimate cameo designation and the ultimate mintage. There's not a single thing lacking from this coin. Perfect condition, first day of issue. Wow. And again, let me just say, I am surrounded by facts and figures about this coin. But here's where the heart and soul of collecting really comes into play. In 1985, Ronald Reagan, who had battled, this was his second term. In his first term, Ronald Reagan, he must have been a coin collector. He had a soft spot in his heart for numismatics. He had this idea that he would like the United States of America to compete with coins all around the world that people were buying. But we didn't offer a gold coin. For years, they had been trying to get this act passed by Congress. And it finally happened in 1985, and it was known as the Liberty Coin Act. And the Liberty Coin Act had two things in it. The first one was the authorization for the Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration coins. There was $5 gold, $half coins, and $1 coins. But as an addendum to the Liberty Coin Act was the authorization for the mint to start striking these gold eagles. And so in 1986, the first ones were struck. This will give you just a little idea of some of the mintages of the coins. And what I'm doing by this, folks, is illustrating for you the popularity year in and year out of these coins. People line up, literally, to get one of these coins. There has never been a $50 gold with this pedigree, this amazing label, this first day of issue, this Proof 70 grade, this mintage of less than 4,500 that we have been able to offer. Never. This is the first of its kind, and it is less, ladies and gentlemen, than $5,000. Here's the thing. I mentioned Miley Buziak, who is now Miley Frost. She was a great fan of Ronald Reagan's. It's amazing how many really great admirers Reagan had. Mr. Mercanti was a really big fan of Ronald Reagan's. And of course, he worked for him, really, when he was at the U.S. Mint. Miley Buziak actually went to the Republican National Convention in 1980, and Ronald Reagan gave a speech. And he talked about, really, the family that America is, how we all come together. And interestingly enough, Miley had done a sculpture. And I want to show you what this sculpture looked like. She's in the audience listening to Ronald Reagan's acceptance speech. He was nominated, 1980, for President of the United States. And of course, he won. And this sculpture, you see, was created by Miley. And one thing you're going to notice about it right off the bat, it is the image of the reverse that is going away of the Gold Eagles. And you came about in a very, very unbelievable way. So she was at the Republican National Convention, and she conceived of this sculpture called Together, a New Beginning. And Reagan saw it. She submitted it, and the Republican National Convention loved it. And Ronald Reagan was so enamored with it that he gave one of these sculptures to each one of the 52 Iranian hostages that came back in the moment when he was inaugurated for his first term. And when she heard that James Baker was actively soliciting contributions by artists to come up with the reverse for this new coin that, well, he chose the Augustus St. Gaudens beautiful design for the obverse, but they were really in search of a reverse. And so Miley was thinking, you know, it would be wonderful listening to his speech of the, family, a new beginning, if this sculpture could be submitted to the U.S. Mint and if it could be adopted as a reverse. And wouldn't you know, that's exactly what happened. And so when we tie together Ronald Reagan as being the father of the Liberty coin program, the American Eagle coin program, we really never get around to mentioning this important fact, and I'll tell you why. It's kind of buried in all of these stories, and I recently came across it, and I was amazed at the connection that Reagan had to this coin as well. Now, we've come to the time when it is being retired. That in itself has made coin collectors create a stampede to all the issues that are being retired in 2021, of which this gold coin is one of the leading ones. The mintage alone would be enough to just set the world on fire, but the fact that this is the last of the Type 1s that ends the entire series, because you see, every year since 1986, with the exception of one year, 2009, there was actually a shortage of gold that year, but every year this coin has been released, and in many different sizes as well. So what I want to show you, and again, I have so many of these pages of mintage figures, but here is something amazing. Because what they worked up for me on this one is all of them that have been issued. And here's a great example. Now you see the $5 size, which is the 1/10 ounce, the $50 size, which is the 1 ounce. And as you can see, the $10 size, which is the 1/4 ounce, $25 size, which is the 1/2 ounce, you can see the mintages. When we analyzed each and every single issue by the U.S. Mint of these coins, the conclusion was unanimous. The ultimate coin is the 2021. And folks, this pedigree coin, this coin with a single entity limited mintage of 4,500 is the coin on the display right now. That in itself is an amazing fact that just screams value. But the fact of being able to have the first day of issue, the ultimate grade, a Proof 70 deep cameo, the highest grade attainable is the grade on these coins. The highest designation for a cameo coin is the designation on these coins. First day of issue, one of the ultimate labels. PCGS, one of the oldest established grading services that has had some of the greatest numismatists grading coins at their grading service and has graded some of the all-time classics. Recently, you folks may have heard that, you know, the 1933 $20 gold St. Gaudens, the one from the King of Siam set that was auctioned off in 2001. Do you remember that? It was in New York City. You want to know how I know? I was there. I saw it sell for $7.8 million. That was in 2001. Well, folks, it recently sold. It brought almost $20 million. It has the same design, but I'll tell you, it does not have a proof version. You're going to say a matte proof, satin finish. A bright proof finish was never available in a $20 gold St. Gaudens. This one is the ultimate in design. When you look at the beauty of this coin, what you see is the highest example. But I want to take another shot here because you're going to see detail here that you never will see on a gold St. Gaudens. And I love gold saints, believe me. We sell a ton of them. They're amazing. But you will never be able to own the highest grade of a St. Gaudens because they're museum pieces. They don't exist. They're in collections, and there were only a couple, and they will never come out. And they're millions and millions of dollars. Here's an opportunity to get a higher grade than those. to get a bright proof mirrored finish, to get a perfect proof 70 grade, deep cameo. This is the ultimate example of the ultimate coin, the last one in the series. Forevermore, the Type 1s are gone. And soon there will be a Type 2 version, and everything will start all over. We're in a transition year for this coin, and that means midway through this year, all production stops on this coin. That's why they capped the mintage so low. You've never seen that before. Normally, they'll leave it open for a short window of time, and the mintages will just be whatever people order directly from the mint. In this case, nope. It was a strict limit. That was it. And if you didn't get one, well, unfortunate, isn't it? This is an opportunity where you will not have to submit on your own behalf multiple coins of this variety just to get that one perfect grade, because we did all that. $4,995. And I cannot say enough how important this coin is going to be. And I'll tell you, up until just about a week or so ago, I didn't know this story of how important this reverse was to this coin. James Baker, who was the Secretary of the Treasury at the time, had selected St. Gaudens's design for the obverse of this coin. The reason for that was to give this coin instant credibility, instant demand. But they searched for a reverse. And as it came about, this reverse that was being presented to the former Iranian hostages and other people who had worked so hard to elect Reagan to his first term of president, to get him the nomination, became the design that was selected by Baker to grace this coin. And it remained from 1986 all the way to 2021. And when you look at the last coin of any series, it's always so much in demand because it's going away. You won't be able to get them anymore. So all the people who waited because they thought they had all the time in the world are in a hurry. You can't hurry for this coin because it was gone in a minute. Rare Collectibles TV has this coin in the ultimate grade for $4,995. When you hear the soon-to-be elected president of the United States give a speech talking about the family of Americans, talking about coming together, it was a time in history that was, the U.S. was really trying to regain its standing in the world at that time. And when you hear in person this speech being given, and you see in your mind the art that you've created, and you know it's meant for this coin, meant for this reverse, and you actually petition the U.S. Mint, petition the Treasury to take a look at this design, and then lo and behold, the future president of the United States of America loves it, is giving away these sculptures to people who deserve them, people in his campaign, and the former hostages. Well, it was a natural to include this family of eagles on the reverse of this coin. We're going to miss this design, but I want to close by saying this. Don't miss the last one. They're going to go away, but get this last one. There will not be a second opportunity. If you've waited all this time, all these decades to own one of these coins, let it be the single rarest. Let it be the highest grade. Let it be the ultimate deep cameo. Let it be a first day of issue. And let it be certified by PCGS. When you get all of that together, you got the ultimate example of an original design that has set the world on fire. And I might add, this design, a beautiful St. Gaudens rendition of A Walking Liberty, first hit the scene in 1907. And it has been coveted, it has been collected, it has been sought after since that day. But I want to say this, back then, or even a week ago, you could never get this example. So the final version of the ultimate, the $50 gold, the 1 ounce, $4,995. Don't forget, split the payments in 2 equal payments, $24.97.50. And ladies and gentlemen, this coin, the ultimate, will be coming to you, and the rarest. Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Extraordinary two-coin set for you today. Struck over 50 years ago. This set represents the most historically significant proof half dollars struck by the United States Mint in the 20th century, folks. If you were to own only 2 proof coins, and you were to ask me, Rick, if you were to pick a couple proof coins, based on your almost 40 years of experience specializing in the finest United States proof coins, from the finest proof Morgan dollar collections to the finest proof Franklin half dollar collections, featured on both the NGC and PCGS websites, what 2 rare coins would you recommend for me as a collector? 2 rare coins that I can still acquire without taking a loan out at the bank. That won't cost me $1,500 or $2,500 or $5,000 or more, but offer the future potential because of their rarity and their beauty, their collector appeal, to be the $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 coins of the future in my lifetime. What 2 coins would you recommend, Rick? Well, today you get my answer. So significant are these 2 silver proof half dollars. NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation of America, leading grading service in the country, has distinguished this set by proclaiming it the end of an era. These 2 proof half dollars in this set that I have for you today rank among the finest quality, most significant proof half dollars a collector can own from 2 of the most important years in proof half dollar production in the 20th century. And as important, folks, while I have these 2 examples, I have them at a price that I think was possible anymore. But for a lot of persistence, a lot of hard work, and some luck. From a historical standpoint, this set belongs in the Smithsonian. In fact, NGC has gone to the trouble of designing a unique custom holder for this set using the same materials, the same medical grade plastics and airtight construction that NGC uses to house the Smithsonian coin collection, folks. It's a set I have not been able to offer an exclusive on in this grade in the history of our show. And there you see the 1963 Franklin, the last year of the Franklin half dollar, in the extraordinary grade of proof 68, and the first year of the Kennedy half dollar, 1964, in the same matching grade. Now, for you folks who may not have seen any of my shows or presentations on proof coins in the past and are not familiar with what a proof coin is, well, there are basically 2 kinds of coins struck by the United States Mint. There are commercial strikes. Caitlin's got a couple examples here of a commercially struck Franklin half dollar and a Kennedy half dollar. The Franklin happens to be a 1958, and the Kennedy is a 1964. These coins are uncirculated. They've never been in circulation, but you'll see a lot of marks on the coins because of the method of manufacture. You see, folks, the goal of the mint when striking coins for commerce is to make them as efficiently and inexpensively as possible. The dies do not receive any special polishing. The coin blanks are struck once on high-speed presses, and then the coins are ejected from the press into a bin, one coin landing on another, abrading each other in the process. They go through coin counting machines and eventually are dumped into bags of 500 or 1,000 coins. So when you get these coins straight from the bag, they typically look like the examples Caitlin just showed you. Numerous marks, abrasions, even though they are technically uncirculated, as the marks they have acquired are due to the manufacturing and shipping procedures at the mint. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible